Hey yo guys, hope you didn't miss me too much. We're back today with a surprising strategy. Not doing a formal test here, but going to do it's kind of impromptu 60 map test, I think. I realized it was long past time I leveled up to 100. I kind of need to with the next variant of the gear and the build with the 12 passive cluster. Bow cluster, going to need the full 100 points. Passive points. So, I needed a solo level to 100. And in pursuit of that, I knew that one great strategy would be Breach. Did a bunch of Breach today, or the other day. But, I don't think the strat's as lucrative as... I did a few different variations. I don't think it's actually all that lucrative, the problem. It is great for leveling. But then I went back to the Shrine strat, which is a little bit slower leveling. But dude, it's so freaking lucrative. What the hell? I decided to go to the most juiciest form of it, which is combo Shrine, Delirium, and Beyond. Which is really good for the Mirage, based on mechanics. Getting a high chance of Deli Fogs and... volatile Val Orbs. Basically squeezing in the Resurgence beyond Scarab. So instead of quadruple domination, 1 influencing horde, it's triple domination, 1 influencing horde, 1 beyond of Resurgence to get the triple beyond boss spawn. If I could go back in time and change the original Shrine juicing strat, I would have included that. That Scarab's incredible for Mirage especially. Synergizes so well. That Scarab, that format, that particular drop, Volatile Val Orbs. I just got a Divine tier fragment, or tier drop as well. It's worth a Divine, apparently. So, yeah. Still get some Deli rewards, still get those fogs in the Mirage. Still get a bunch of extra loot. Extra leveling. And then the Shrines, of course. And now actually going full-blown 8 mods. Not only 8 mods, but with async trade, we can... One of the issues of the strat is that to really maximize it, you are required to take the Waystone's pack size very seriously. And these days we can, because of async trade. It's just so easy to do that. So easy. I got another strategy in the works too. Doing some abomination. Ended up being boss rushing. I thought I was going to get out boss rushing, but apparently it's hard to get off of that.
I think I can sell that.
So basically I need to see if this can make an excess of 30 div an hour. That's the benchmark for me. If a strat's making any less than 30 div an hour, it's not competitive with the top end strats of the league, whatever they are. I've already identified one that's solid with that, and likely to not really go down much over time.
At that price?
Oh. I guess we'll use dump tab C for this. Oh yeah, this gem drops off of the boss too. The Beyond bosses drop like at least one massive support gem, specialized support gem drops off the Beyond boss. Which is crazy, I didn't even know that until like yesterday. Gore, I think his name is. Special totem support. Use ameliorations. Omimash got Spine Hail corrupted for 1 chain. Oh, dude, guys. Was it +3 though? It has to be +3 to be really good.
What have you got for me?
Okay, okay, yeah.
Hopefully they'll be interested.
Hey man, that's nice. I'm not 100% chance I'm gonna use a plus chain quiver ultimately. I think I'm gonna have to transition to gain his extra lightning first, at least initially. Gonna have to get, otherwise have to get like lightning other places, and you can't really rely on shocks on every tornado shot hit unless you have actual gain his extra lightning. Because if you do like flat lightning, you'll have minimum hits that don't actually result in shock. But I mean, tornado shot's attack speed is so stupid high that probably fine.
Be interested.
But I already got the these on standby. Bought these for like 70 div. I was waiting for tier 1 res with the movement speed haven't been hit recently combo. Finally showed up. So these are in combination with the 12 passive bow cluster, because when you use these you lose a ton of resistances. So you have to combo that upgrade together, and in order to use that gear set you need to have level 100 basically. Like at least. Kind of need the level 4 enlightened support. This corruption gotta basically drop points out of charisma. You don't get to use this wheel anymore. Yeah, it takes, you know, all the points to get up here. Damn, 4 points. A little bit painful. I spent 4 points just to hit the jewel, and then 12 more. 16 passives. Oh well. Alright, now I need to buy some maps.
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
Thinking of switching to LA? From LA to your build?
You've had a sail, exile.
Well, of course I recommend doing that. I assume you're running LA Deadeye. Not a bad build, but its biggest issue is that it's locked out of a lot of really good strats that involve needing extremely high amounts of single target damage. Especially like Delirious Nightmare Boss stuff, or even like Resonant Cascading Breaches. Like, I was able to do those easily. I was able to actually see that for myself today or yesterday, so... Well, lag was a little bit of an issue, but I was playing at the wrong time of the day, too, so... Also, if I didn't run Delirium, I didn't lag at all, which is weird. But normally you'd run Delirium.
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say. You've got affairs.
Just gotta be willing to mess with tinctures is all.
Not bad. Not bad at all. You've got affairs. You might want to.
Yeah, you don't even need Progenesis on this build.
The dog
At least to do the strats I was doing, although it's obviously
as
nice.
a commoner might say.
I don't know what Nimbus is. That's an item you absolutely don't need. How much is Nimbus ring?
Breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, exile? You've got affairs. You might
Warden also starts to outstrip Deadeye too once you get those boots in. I mean, once I have Tailwind in, once I have Tailwind and a +1 chain quiver, the Deadeye has no advantage over Warden. Like, it's all just completely stamped out, all the advantages of it. And you get like additional arrows from all kinds of different sources, kind of waters out the advantage of endless munitions, that sort of thing.
the hen house, as a commoner might say.
But I mean, like, I'll probably steal, like, Deadeyes would typically steal Oath of Spring or not Oath of Spring, not with Lightning Arrow. It'd steal, I guess, Oath of Winter. I don't know what Deadeyes. What ascendancy do Deadeye steal with Forbidden Flame Flesh? Do they use one?
The dog is in the hen house, as
I think Deadeye just
might say.
probably didn't. Lightning Arrow Deadeye probably didn't even take Oath of Spring. They probably just sit there and die all the time to, you know, lack of Headhunter buffs or whatever content. They basically also locked out of content that doesn't result in a ton of Headhunter buffs because they're just like squishy as hell. Yeah, like actually just, you don't even have the freeze tech, so you just like,
Wouldn't you say, exile?
whatever.
You've got affairs you might want to tend.
They lost. Well, actually, wait. They do have what is it? The one that makes them take reduced damage per gale force.
Exile.
That's actually decent defensive there, but
There's a fair
it's all just
on the wind today.
they have to sacrifice power for evasion, that sort of thing.
The dog is in the hen house.
Like I don't even have to do that.
Commoner might say.
Like they gotta try and get like Watcher's Eye Grace mods and try to go Grace or using Jade Flask and stuff.
The dog is in
Try to get like 95 evasion if possible.
commoner might say.
And then you're still getting wrecked by delirium effects all the same, so
There's a fair breeze on the wind
I think for
today.
both of us, for Deadeye or Warden, delirium is really dangerous. But it's just so,
There's a fair
it's so strong
wind today.
in a wide variety of ways. Kind of need to do it at the end, you know, once you have a Headhunter at least. Dello France says, hi, I like your content. Thanks, dude.
The dog is in the hen house,
Means a lot to me.
as a commoner might say. Orders in. Was a long journey, but the exchange went well enough. You've got affairs you might want to tend.
I'm sure if I check Warden versus Deadeye, it's ridiculously lopsided,
As a commoner
like
might
usual.
say. There's a fair
It's like a broken
breeze
record.
wind
People just
today.
sleeping on
Say, exile.
Warden bows. Again. Even on a season when bows are popular. That I've never seen before. I've never seen people sleeping on what I believe is the best bow archetype, Warden Tornado Shot, during a bow league. Kinda crazy. Yeah, not only that, but like during a league when you have like Tornado Shot fanboys. This is still not going. I don't know what Deadeye Tornado Shot feels like. It probably feels a little weak, but I don't think it'd be bad, at least for certain kind of content. This is so sick, dude. Every single one of these maps is 44% pack size or higher. It's absolutely disgusting how easy this is. These maps are like, what are they, like not even 5 CPs? I gotta check the investment cost. It's gonna be very low. Been loving getting back T-Shot since Affliction League. Just about got my, I think I struggle with enough attributes most. I did make it pretty tight on attribute. Have a hard time on mid TS build without Headhunter whenever tinctures are down. Yeah, no Headhunter with tinctures down is definitely gonna feel a bit weak.
Orders in. Was
I don't understand why I can't farm T17 maps with your. You mean Nightmare maps? You talking with Delirium or not? I mean the Delirium, Nightmare Delirious maps are very. Like that is pretty seriously tough content. Like, having really good ping helps. I don't know, if you're playing with like 100 MS, it could be pretty rough. No deli? Well, you should be able to... Yeah, you should stomp that content without deli then. Unless you're just like standing right in the middle of the boss mechanics or something. Like, did you forget to take off precise technique or something crazy? Are you are you crit procking? You know, all that stuff? The only thing where people are like... there are some people out there trying to run the build and forgot to remove precise technique, and they're doing like 15% of the... They have like 15% of the player power they're supposed to have or something like that. And they're sitting there like scratching their heads. Like, what's going on? Why can't I do damage? So are you like completely unable? Try the really strict regex. That could be the problem. You might just not be regexing your maps at all, hardly. Let's see if I can find. This is even stricter than what I was using, but I wanted to remove like player buffs expire faster for shrine juicing, so. I don't know, just put that in. Don't give the monsters any EHP mods. There's no reason to. There's plenty of maps on trade. Just try some maps under that regex, see what it's like. Hey Snoo, also play UTS Warden. What map mods do you not run? I mean, I don't run a ton of map mods because it's so easy to just buy maps at this point. I can't even list them all off the top of my head, but like the really important ones are monsters' action speed can't be reduced. Monsters take reduced crit damage. Monsters cannot be leeched from. And there's one more off the top of my head. It's really bad. Well, the reflects, like elemental reflect. Where did I put the regex? In the Twitch chat. Now, the regex is on the last YouTube video as well. Just check the description of the last YouTube video. I put the long string regex in there. Alright, I need 10 more maps. Can this build do Ubers? Yes. Although Ubers with invulnerability phases are garbage. That's not fun. I'll put a Uber Elder in a second. Or Uber Exarch, since that's like a target dummy one. Oh yeah, avoid elemental ailments. Yeah, that was the other really bad one. Yeah, sorry. If you're full convert Fizz, then you still don't want to run elemental reflect. There is a workaround for that, but just regex it out. There's no reason. But like, I also don't run monsters that have more life, ES, resistances. No, I don't run any of that. Even like Enfeeble, Cursed with Enfeeble, like there's no reason to run it because there's too many maps available on trade without any of the garbage with all the upsides that you want. Unless you're trying to like get like, you know, huge amounts of % more scarab or % more currency rolls with no downside, that could be tough, but I'm not going for like upsides other than, well, like this isn't even a originator map, so. I mean, I just did the feared and deleted it in like 5 seconds. I had them all spawn at once. Five of these.
I'll put the
I haven't done an Uber yet. I don't know if Trinity will work with this exactly with how I have it, so we'll see. Wait, it's only 4 fragments now. Oh yeah. See how bad this is.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
We will win this together.
The fires of a thousand suns.
Yeah, if he did a certain maneuver first, I would kill him before he could do anything, but I don't know. Obviously I can't survive any hits on that, so. Yeah, it's Uber XR.
The fires of a thousand suns.
It looks like it has about half the DPS now that my ultra in-game mirror tier tornado shot Warden had last 2 leagues ago with mercenaries, which had also had like an extra 30%, 40% more damage with the merc tech. Oh, there we go.
Until the others arrive to challenge me for this realm.
See, air level 85. Got anything.
I've got some wealth for you.
This thing does. This build right now is already doing like 200 million DPS with no buffs. Like with no in-map buff, no shrine buffs, no headhunter buffs, nothing like that. In the very end, it'll do upwards of like 500, 600 million. Getting a mirror tier bow will be a big increase. That'll take me from like 200 to 400 right there. It's usually about double DPS of a bow like this. How many div invested so far? A few hundred, definitely less than 1,000 div. I don't know, like between 500 and 1,000 right now. Okay. So these scarabs are 2C apiece.
In order. Well, make it happen.
4C apiece.
I should raise my fees. Ahoy there!
Basically free.
I'll put the word out. All in order. I'll let you know.
If you had terrors there. There's no synergy with terrors. I don't know. Maybe I can look into it later, but it's not really what I want to do right now. Bo, just get some help in our Discord. If you post your POB there, somebody will look at it. I'll look at it. If nothing else, you can ping me on there. So right now I'm doing Crimson Temple. It's actually a pretty good map for this strat. But I think I'm gonna scry it over to Mausoleum, and then that way I can double as Shrine Juicing Strat on Mausoleum plus Pilfering Strat whenever I get to it. Check the description. If you're on YouTube, the description of the YouTube stream has it. Current strat. YouTube streams got it now. I'm doing a variation of Shrine Blasting. It's a more juicy version. I think this is actually might be 30 div an hour. Monster pack size, I guess minimum is like 42. I don't know, 43, 44. Adding in this. And actually have Beyond plus Delirium Mirror. I removed Ritual. Oh yeah, blueprints are crazy valuable right now. Some blueprints are worth 4/4 reveals are worth 2 divines each for some crazy reason, and then like enchanted ones are worth like 1 div in each in some cases. I don't know what's going on. So I think like blueprint farming is crazy goated right now, and then this auto synergizes with that. Then I have all 3 Beyond bosses buffs stolen now. I have Hut as well. I got Shrines as well. So I mean, it's just ridiculous and fun. Such overkill, but it's pretty funny. I think between like the player power you get from this and like how lucrative it is, it might actually be the best strat in the game overall. It's got to be one of the very best leveling strats in the game. And it's great just for like scrying as well. You know, like, just doing this strat until you find the seer is totally fine.
Make your wish.
Obviously this map is a little weak, but they're just so fast that... And most of the value comes from inside the Mirage. We can get the fogs and the volatile Val orbs. Really? Turn on stream and I'm just lagging like this? I haven't lagged like this in like 5 days or something. What is this? Oh, this is just stupid. I don't normally lag like this time of the day either. Tiny URL link is broken. Which one? Wait, what? Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Which map drops Apothecary then? Oh, it's Defiled Cathedral. Oh, I'm stupid. Alright. I gotta go do Defiled Cathedral then. Ah, that map sucks. I have no idea what's causing this lag. But I can't do the strat if it lags like this. Normally. I don't know, I guess I forgot to double check. Yeah, my bad. Well, I mean, that's what I got you guys here for. I guess it's a streaming problem. I don't know. Never do I lag this bad off stream. Even in the worst case scenarios. I don't know. That was horrible. Anyway, let's get over to Defiled Cathedral, I guess. If I get the Scryer soon. Yeah, I notice it lags sometimes every few maps. This one will probably be better, you know, for whatever reason. Already looks like it's a lot better. Alright. I don't know why it can't read the difference between a comma and no comma. Okay. Alright, I've updated it. Show correctly now? Still can't believe Blueprint. This is the best state of Blueprint farming we've ever seen. Got so many.
What is your desire? Go with luck.
that seer shows up soon. Get off this terrible map layout. Nice. Might get a big drop here. Give me the money. Money. +30 fledglings in his shop. No, this won't be 30 div an hour, not on Defiled Cathedral for sure. The map layout's too garbage. But if I can move it over to Mausoleum, it might be. You can clear Mausoleum so fast. I mean, the amount of maps I could do an hour, including the Mirage, would be crazy on that one, that layout. Yeah, you can run it on Dunes. Dunes, I got mixed feelings about Dunes because, like, for this kind of strat, there's no real big advantage to, like, the openness of Dunes on a strat like this. And everybody knows Dunes has pretty poor, it has way below average monster density in general. So that's a little problematic. But I mean, it's definitely not a bad map. If you have a good card scrat over there, you can just run it there. It's fine. Also, it's hard to get, especially with red altars, it's hard to get to the Dunes boss without breaking the influence and spawning Eldritch Altar prematurely. How much are Mirage maps worth now? Also have to like double back for that thing. Why red over blue? Instant spawning monsters is the big reason. The minion altars are arguably better. The Eldritch Eekers aren't like way more valuable than Embers. In fact, I think Grand Embers are worth more than Grand Eekers, actually. Searing Invitation's worth more? Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it reminds me, I gotta do that when I do Mausoleum. This part is so painful, having to run back up here for this. Experience. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do the Mirage every time. Oh, there's Grand's nice. Divination card is corrupted. Corrupted item can be, you know, like price of devotion, things like that. You're more likely, you can actually get like Headhunter or Mage Blood cards off of Searing Altars. Mostly it has to just do with the fact that the monsters spawn immediately. Those delayed monster spawns are just a killer, you know, once you hit a certain speed of farming, you don't want that delay anymore. Like, it's fine, you know, if you're prioritizing quant rarity altars and stuff and you're doing some crazy juicing thing, then okay. Like, it'll produce better altars on player side. Or, I guess, you know, the altars will be less punishing on the player side. That's it.
You fight like a decant.
I've got some wealth for you.
Crafted with reverence.
Did you swap to imbued chain? I do not know about imbued chain. I have +1 chain quiver though, so wouldn't really look into that. Maybe I will later though. Oh, you're just talking about the enchant. Then, yeah, so that's actually a bad outcome because the difference between level 1 chain and level 20 chain is actually a major difference in terms of less damage dealt. So it's actually a bad imbue. You're better off just running chain for real. Like a level 20 chain gem and getting something else. Hypothermia is a great imbue because it's not much difference between level 1 and 20. I actually like momentum the best though. Momentum, low level momentum is especially very good. And I have like permanent, it's like a 45% increased movement speed buff through momentum. Almost permanent in this style of gameplay, so it's really, really nice. I didn't even do the boss. Oops.
Choose what you wish. Go with love.
Crafted with reverence.
One beyond boss. I think I can still spawn another one with a big group. Oh, I'm not exactly sure. Wait, why are you running life leech? Found a mirror strat. No, somebody said they dropped a mirror farming the Delhi Fortress boss strat, though. Somebody said they did.
We are victorious. For now.
Crafted with reverence. Nothing but
What? Not like this. Is that the red beast?
these worlds are not yours.
Bugged Bismuth ore, huh? I didn't think a patch came out anytime recently. It's just a real quick live fix. Get me out of the Final Cathedral. I'm aiming for Mirror Gear.
What is your desire?
I'm gonna go for 12 passive bow cluster first, I think.
Crafted with reverence.
But I gotta get level 100 first. So actually, one of my primary motivator doing this strat today is to solo level to 100.
You reek of imperfection.
So how long ago was that change made? Maybe the price of Breach will go down then.
You live to fight another day.
Yeah, I really want to get off this layout. I hope that Seer spawns soon. Still dropping decent loot, but it just takes way too long to do a map. It's like twice as long to do these maps as normal. If I was on a better layout. Oh well. Part of the progress. Oh my god, minus 80 something. Minus 80 fire. And oh, okay, well that'll fix my fire res at least. I'm gonna scribe this over to Mausoleum. Bro, really? Yeah. I've
Made a trade.
like 500 arrows fired at that point, and still not a single thing could be leached. That was crazy. Watching myself die in slow motion like that. Yeah, so it'll double as pilfering and this strat. How the hell did I not leech anything there? These mobs don't have extra fire. Oh my god, bro. What? I'm about to die. Leech! I miscalculated the failure to see any delirium monsters spawn while I have 40 stacks of that stuff. I don't think I'm ever going to take minus 90, 80 or 90 fire and chaos res again as an ultra reward. That's too much. Well, how's it do per hour? That's what I want to find out. It's actually not going to be that impressive on Defiled Cathedral. But if I can get this scried over to Mausoleum, I think we're going to see some impressive numbers. My goal is that it's over 30 div an hour. If I can achieve that, then this is in the running is one of the very best strats in the game because it's actually not gated. It's incredibly enabled with an insane amount of borrowed power. People with terrible builds and terrible gear can still do this strat. Even with the Delirium and beyond, actually. So we'll see. Gotta get off Defiled Cathedral first.
Make your wish. Slaughter them all.
I suppose it's easier than normal, since a seer could show up in the Mirage. It still works for scrying, right? In the Mirage. Shouldn't take that long then. Point of skill. What that's worth nowadays. Mausoleum might be an especially good map for Mirage, so there might be a lot of overlap for that. Hey, Volatile Valor, fighting from the boss. There we go. Getting good loot on this Mirage. Actually, the Seer can spawn in here too, I think, like just regularly, because it still counts fully as a separate instance of the same map. So if you virtually clear everything here. It should be eligible. Oh my god, 4th Tink in this Mirage. What in the world? Is that a fog, I'm guessing? 2nd coin of skill. Are those like randomly common in this one? What do I have in this Mirage? I picked rare monsters that have 2 additional modifiers on this one. Damn, we should try a double Nemesis Mirage strat. Oh my god. What if? What if like double Nemesis? Wait, can you use double Nemesis now? Yeah, what if like double Horn Scarab of Nemesis in Mirages? This is crazy.
Approach, challenger.
Why take Beyond Boss? Mainly for volatile Val Orbs. But, you know, still Tainted Fusings and things they add up. Somebody mentioned earlier Domination of Terrors, maybe, in conjunction with Shrine Juicing to try to get Mirage boss drops, Mirage map drops. That scared's pretty expensive, though. Where are we scrying at? I'm going Mausoleum. That'll set me up for pilfering and as well as this strat. So 300 chaos for Mirage 16.5. That doesn't actually seem like that high. Is it kind of common then? I thought that would be like a pretty rare thing.
What is your desire? There is worth to be found even in the most humble of the sky.
I guess something like City Square, probably like City Square. You have a high chance of getting the bosses in there. Oh, we got Ancient Orbs. Nice.
Approach, challenger.
The Eldritch Minion, dude. Leveled up though. Investing in Hina core is good. Yeah, in the long term. Maybe not like if you're thinking like 2 weeks plus. Sure. Anything less than a week, it might not work out.
You've got a fez. You
Probably
might
not gonna
want to
lose money though.
mend.
Unless you get pretty unlucky. Now level 97. I kept doing strats that were too rippy for so long. So finally leveling now. It's probably that. That again.
Ahoy there.
Oh, for shrine juicing actually.
The Mary Lee.
You know what I should do? The activation. Oh, that's cheap.
I'll put the word out.
I don't think I need that. 40. I don't really need it either way. Oh man. Save a passive point. Saves 2 passive points. It doesn't save a passive point because I used one to get it, but I went from 71 to 124. Give the monsters precision, hatred, and haste. Eh. I'll probably switch it. Well, I already have a max mana roll here. I get more mana. Maven chisels for the investment. Actually, what are pack size Maven chisels worth? Maybe I should look into those. Uh-oh, I got the super laggy map. Oh my god. 35 siege. Yeah, that would not be worth it for this strat. This was like the first map of the day. I guess it is server side. Oh. Get that apothecary dude. That is horrendous. Probably just like exit this map and start another map with it being this bad. Should at least check the Mirage. Okay, Beyond will stop spawning now, maybe. Actually, no, it keeps spawning after this. I forgot. Dude. These days it's gonna catch up. Still hasn't caught up yet. Nope. All my headhunter buffs fell off before this thing caught, and then I then die. Okay. Let me just try the Mirage. Will contain additional fountain of wealth? I've never even seen that. What is that?
Raining coins.
Fountain of wealth?
Speak.
Okay. I don't really care about gold now, but... See, when I hear wealth, I think currency, not gold. Fucking gold. Who needs gold these days? Okay, this is a terrible lag still. Inside the Mirage. Double quantum. Too late on the grands. Too late. Caught up. Okay. Well, that was lame.
The battle has
I did have like minus 90 chaos res.
Oh,
That checks out.
Crafted
Thought it'd be fine to take it there at the end. Still a little laggy. God. I assumed this one would not be laggy. Not as bad though. I still don't know why that shows up as a tink. Like a, isn't it like a boss drop? Shares as a boss drop. A lot of div card drops on this map. Thoughts on level? Ah. Whoa. Not a single mob? Hey. Yeah, this is just shrine juicing with more intense, more intense setup. We got beyond the triple boss spawn. We got Delirium in here now. And the Mirage loot for both Beyond and Delirium is really good. And then also, blueprints are, I mean, I don't know what's going on. Blueprints are worth like 2 div a piece now, fully revealed in some cases, and like, especially if they're enchanted as well. Even just some enchanted ones are worth like 100 C. Like, even if they're not fully revealed. The experimental items, I think, plus enchant, plus currency enchant. One of those two is worth a lot. So I'm thinking fast maps, quick mirage. I just got a scry to file Cathedral over to Mausoleum. Yeah, this strat is more viable for like common folk. It's not high exclusivity strat. You think this build can do ultra induced hive fortresses, just keep enraging them? I haven't looked into a strat with hive fortress. I'm not familiar with like whatever that is. I did one haunted mansion just to see what it felt like, but I didn't like the layout at all, so. How many times am I gonna die at 1 bar? laggy ass map. What is so great about the Mirage on that map?
The astral chain is broken.
Okay. Well, let's just run a haunted mansion, see what that's like. I've done it once, but I didn't pay that much attention to it. Cards here.
My mana is ready.
Is this map considered to have high density?
Approach, challenger.
Oh, they dropped those outside the Mirage too.
What is your desire? You should challenge yourself by facing
3 Atlas bosses. Oh, where's my Deli mirror?
Approach, challenger.
I have no delirium mirror. Alright, this has gotta spawn the Beyond bosses. Gotta be kidding me. I'll do another one. That was pretty lame, though. I mean, it looks like it covered about half the map. I feel like Mausoleum also covers half the map. You just won't get the boss room with it. Well, if it's good for boxes, it should theoretically be good for shrines and like smugglers' caches and things like that. It does seem like the density is really good. Shrine does not... No, Shrine isn't concerned with natural monster density. But, I mean, natural monster density is still meaningful. It very much helps, like, spawn the Beyond bosses. Things like that.
Make your wish. Let's see how that turns out.
Using the one run, the second no. It's not. I didn't even realize that was 1 second. I thought about a 3-second one. I need to get that fixed, actually. That's crazy, because I checked for that. I don't know how that happened. When you get the Elder or Shaper Influence, you see a lot of extra monsters in a map. Anyway, I can kind of see how Haunted Mansion would be good for boxes. Dude, I can't believe I had 1 second adrenaline rush. I must have like accidentally looked for the life on kill roll without the adrenaline rush roll or something. It's the only thing I can think of. Got a mirror yesterday, farming breach. Hey,
It's a gilded
rats. How many
ride.
divine orbs? Or how many? Oh no, how many sacred orbs? How many sacred? I haven't even found a sacred orb yet.
Ah,
What is this strat? Shrine blasting, but with like more intensity. Getting some delirium up here. Getting the triple beyond boss spawning potentially. There's 2 of them. I don't know why sometimes it only spawns 2. I think I had a map that bugged earlier today off stream. I spawned like 5 beyond bosses at once in a map. Yeah, this is good XP. On a side note, this map has 0 lag. Amazing. Daily +1 per unique enemy count for Rogue Exile? No, that doesn't count for Rogue Exile. It only counts for Delirium bosses. But you can kill up to 4
Challenger.
of them that way. Last night I was trying some Rogue Exile. I was trying to farm eye level 84 clusters using Rogue Exiles, but oh dude, we got the reflecting mist. That means there's a decent chance of seeing Seer though if that showed up. Maybe Seer show up around the corner. I notice they quite often show up together. No, never lucky. Got the mist before the Seer. No.
Choose what you wish.
2022, you log into your Magic Find Caustic Arrow build. Nah, it would have been Crimson Temple, not Cathedral. Blank operative box. So ridiculous. Hey, fog. How much divines per hour does boxes make, actually? I haven't heard anybody talk about that. Point of skill again. 10 to 15. How is it that low? I thought you, like, sustain containments. How is it that low, dude? Like, that's actually kind of bad. Too unrequited love. Well, yeah, that would be true.
You live to fight another day.
Most scarabs are worth shit. I know, but you just dropped so many. Do you guys know that? Is there any way to make a Delimir spawn on a Baldo map? Because if you could actually farm 84 clusters. I put in like 12 Baldo maps, never spawned for me. And I don't think there's a Baldo map that forces it either. Valdo maps are area level 84. 8% chance? I thought it might be, but... So, you can't use fragments in Valdo's map. Does this still read off your atlas? It does, right? Oh, it doesn't read off your atlas. Okay, then that's screwed. Or yeah, I guess it wouldn't if you had only a 8% chance. Anyway, I did try Rogue Exile, like just mass Rogue Exiles, partnership, gigantification, and then triple anarchy. Spamming like abomination to try, and with the 2% chance per unique enemy kill to drop a cluster jewel, still kind of, yeah. There are a lot of 84 cluster jewels that are worth a lot of currency right now. The mist again? Bro, you better give me that seer. Oh, this is a weird layout. Yeah, man, the seer. How can you do this to me, miss 2 maps in a row? What the heck? The heck, dude? Not bad. I mean, those Rogue Exiles wouldn't be any harder than, like, Rogue Exiles before. It'd actually be even easier than Wildwood Fish Gigantification Rogue Exiles, I think. I mean, this character could already do that. Because he could definitely do it before. 2 leagues ago. An 84 cluster jewel. Hey. They have such low drop rates. I see every single cluster jewel that drops to 84 now. But for some reason, they really need to raise the drop rate of random cluster jewel drops from monsters. It used to be higher. It's very low now. Oops. So partnership scarab would work with that strat, I guess. Does it work with gigantification? 2 bosses again. Supposed to be 3. Oh my god, call the week. So, are people still making pretty good currency with Breach? Or does it have, like, investment cost issues? I was leveling with Breach. Kind of expensive to invest. But it was alright. I mean, it was still making currency. You did 5 Deli Orbs? I did 4 Deli Orbs, actually. For a hot second there. 5's a bit much. That's 96% reduced damage taken from white and magic mobs. So if you do like 5 Deli Orbs on Bloodline Scarab, it was too much. It's too lag inducing. I couldn't even do it. I don't remember where the Mirage is. Oop.
What is your desire?
Which scarabs am I using? Triple Domination, 1 Beyond Resurgence for the triple Beyond boss spawn. And Influencing Hordes. So still an Eldritch altar farming strat, but it pretty heavily incorporates Beyond too now. And it slams Delirium into the map. See, these guys all have a decent chance of dropping that volatile Val Orb on top of their regular currencies. As well as like major jewels. Since they didn't drop it. Still, but and then, you know, fogs drop as well. That's on top of all the Eldritch Altar spawning. So, Mirages are really good for this strat. Then you get some Delirium rewards after. Well, not much.
To fight another day.
I already checked the Delirium cluster drop rates on Instability Quad Delirium Orb setup. It wasn't very impressive. I mean, you could still very easily go an entire map without dropping a single cluster jewel, which just blows my mind. I think probably like average 1 cluster jewel drop per map doing that. So, yeah. That's why I was like so let down by it. I was like, why is the raw cluster jewel drop rate, random cluster drop rate so bad in this game right now? It's like horrendously bad. You do have an increased chance per layer of Delirium. The higher your Delirium, the more the chance. But even at 100% Deli, it's not that good. I was also messing around with Strand. I was doing like Strand Deli mirror and stuff, where like half the map is 100% delirious. It's still just not. Oh wait, that should get dropped. What am I aiming for? Primarily it's leveling, actually. Solo leveling strat. Got 4 bars now, level 97. For the last few leagues, this is the strat that I used to level to 100. Or a variation of the strat. I think you'd go a little faster with Breach, but like you're also way less likely to die on the strat than you are with Breach. Should we get a diamond shrine? Well, I think this is yielding me more currency per hour too. Especially if I try to do like, if I try to like split the middle. Because like Resonance, for example, Resonance Scarab doesn't add any, it doesn't really add anything to the strat in terms of leveling. And then, I can't remember the other Scarab, but like Wisp Scarab definitely. Well, I actually haven't verified that Wisp Scarab. I don't think Wisps increase the experience it gives. Actually, I haven't verified that, but assuming it doesn't. You think Tornado Shot would be better than LA? Probably, if not for lag issues. One Divine Boots. I don't know, I'll run a Breach map just to show you guys what it looks like. .45% pack size.
I'd consider that a win.
People like doing this strat people like. Standard strat is like 1 Deli Orb, I guess. Point left. Beyond's not about the Beyond currency so much as volatile Val Orbs. Volatile Val Orbs are like almost a divine apiece. As well as support gems. Gore drops a support gem worth like 200 chaos as well. He's one of the Beyond bosses. Wow, it literally just showed up. This one right here as a sale. Faustus has sold your greater ancestral call support for 200 chaos. That's crazy that I just said that and then it literally just sold right there. This is a Beyond boss specific drop. Put here. Damn it, I have the wrong influence on. Oh well. Robert, thanks for the sub. Alright, anyway, this is Warden Tornado Shot. Classic hard breach strat, not like mass deli orbs though. And it's just gonna lag. So apparently it's a laggy map. I don't know. So this isn't gonna go well at all if it's already lagging like this. I don't know. I do lag a lot less if I don't have Delirium on. But you're kind of supposed to have Delirium on in this strat. Is it possible to swap the TS Pre Headhunter? Yeah, definitely. This would be going very well if I wasn't lagging. And I don't blame Tornado Shot for this. I could do another map like this and won't lag hardly at all. There's some sort of like weird garbage server issues. Every so many maps lag. I'll take the Echoing Shrine, maybe that probably does make it lag a little bit. Fine orb. You want to stay Ice Shot? Could go better with it. Yeah, if you want to stay Ice Shot, it's still really good. Do you guys know if the Resonance Scarab registers, like, only if you fully collapse the breach for the next one? So, like, in other words, is it a bad idea to run 2 breaches at once? I actually don't know. Anyway, obviously you can see there's clear with this skill. There's hardly anything even on the screen at any given time, so yeah. Want to make a video on how to progress in the late version of the build? If your question is related to like crafting and stuff, I've already made videos on that. How to craft all the gear. And it sort of talked about the progression of that. Yeah, I'm gonna die any second. This is releasing now. Just try to keep firing and moving. I can't even step over this breach. God. Go. Also, I feel like this strat, doesn't this strat kind of demand you do full Mirage clears? Because it's really bad with the Mirage. The Resonance Breach Scarab is like anti-synergetic with Mirage, like partial map Mirage. How much do you need to get this build online? I got a few hundred divines in here. Can't really do a 16.5 full Mirage. Why is that? The more popular one isn't using resonance now. So sub in what? A second Wisp Scarab? Or are you talking about like cheaper ones with monstrous lineage? It would be really good XP if it wasn't lagging. Freaking bad. Tried this with Glittering Scarab instead of Wisp. It did produce quite a few uniques. I did have an Astrolabe on here. I had a Breach Astrolabe on here. I don't know, like, this loot right here isn't, like, this is higher, much higher investment cost, and I don't know, the loot's not that impressive to me. This is not the first map I've done. I've done, like, maybe 20 of these maps in total. I got, like, what did I get? 1 Divine Orb? I got 2 Divine Orbs, okay. But, like, you need 2 Divine Orbs to make your currency back. Kind of. Like, there's not, like, I'm not seeing stacks of like 20 Chaos Orbs. That would be a good signal that it's a strong strat for like raw currency.
I'm not up to that.
Prefix Sinestral. I think this map had, I don't remember, 71% more currency. I was prioritizing pack size more than anything though. Percent more currency is not synergetic with Wisps anyway. Like, if you're gonna like hardcore prioritize percent more currency, you might as well not run Wisps Scarab.
What is your desire?
I could have used a Maven Chisel, I guess.
Stay sane, exile.
Yeah, full currency plus risk would be pretty strong. Like, risk Scarab, probably a pretty good idea. I can't even click that. Oh my god. So bad. 1 Scarab. Experiment a little bit with that.
Sail, exile.
1 divine.
Ah,
Always experimental items, 1 divine.
I think I could sell that. Ahoy there. Well, make it happen. What have you got?
We'll do what? We'll do a fun map. 46% pack size, 142% more currency. I'm paying 2 divines for this map.
Sail, exile. Ah. All in order.
It's 4 divines.
Let you know.
Oh, it already has quality on it. Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. Okay. It's not that bad. Yeah, I'll get the breach Astro on there.
I'll put the word out.
I'll reflect. I can fix that. I can step outside and fix it if I need to.
Greetings. Threat is revealed.
How many mods is that? What? Cooldown recovery support? Let me just double check this. What? 4 div? I'm taking that then. Shit. Okay. Okay. I was about to hit the foil reward. I didn't know this would be worth so much.
Hello, hello.
Dang, dude. Astrolabe didn't cost anything. We get 4 div back. What? Anyway. Eater influence. Okay, so obviously these two risk these bloodlines and what would be the last one in you guys' opinion? What's the last scarab? Now, 3, 4. This is like a... Counting the Astrolabe. Probably about a 4 divine map. I'm not doing Wisp. Not doing Wisp on strat like this. There's no special synergies there. I'll do something else that boosts it. Maybe, maybe Monstrous Lineage? Could do Glittering? Rezo then? What? Resonator? Yeah, actually I guess so. Yeah, I guess that would be probably the best. Okay. This is a heavy duty map right here. Now if I spawn a Wildwood, this is like about as crazy as it gets, but anyway, we'll see. Eater influence. Okay.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
It's lagging less. It is actually lagging way less considering it's 80% deli. So I got lucky there. Actually appears to be about as least laggy as it could possibly be given that it's 80 deli. That's a great sign. Basically just praying. Honestly, this map feels amazing, lag-wise. Alright, I'm gonna open the Eater altars first. Oh, there's a cluster jewel, okay. Every single eye level 84 cluster jewel will show up, no matter what it is. GPU 3070. It's like an 8-year-old PC. Okay, on second thought, I can't see what the frick that is. Actually, I should have checked the mods, though. Less area of effect. I think less area of effect randomed in there. That's only 25. That's a good hit for this build. What's the other mod in here? Monster damage, maybe monster damage. It looks like I got meaningless mods on the Risk Scarab. Verity. Only one Eldritch Altar, I guess. Notice I can go up to like 150 stacks. So I can my tinctures can stay on for a very long time on a strat like this. Yeah, and if you think this is laggy, this is some of the best, least laggy maps I've ever seen for a strat this juiced. Keep in mind, you know, 80%. We got bloodlines, 80% reduced damage taken magic mobs in here, so that's gonna induce a lot of lag, even on the best of days. So this is about as, maybe you guys have it better than me, but I don't know. Like, this is about as good as I can get. This is a Breach Astrolabe. Oh, none for that strat. Okay, 6 Chaos Orbs is better than I got in any Breach last time. So, That's good to see. Oh my god. Just died there. This is the first breach where I can actually feel them getting a little tankier. Seven Chaos Orbs. I like that. I mean, if I can actually see the decent stack of Chaos Orbs off of this, that's a good sign. Kind of how I always determined how good the Alva strat was seeing how big the Chaos stacks were after the Alva. I don't know exactly how Lightning Arrow compares to this for this kind of thing, but I mean, this it seems alright. Maybe if we had like a 10k Wildwood Juice map, it would not go well. It'd be too much. I don't know, but because like this strat and hitting the Wildwood would be freaking insane because it's set up excellently for that sort of thing. I should hit the other breach first. Is the loot from this strat Alva tier? No, it's not. No, not even close. But I have not seen the loot from this if I hit the Wildwood, so I don't know. But like Alva, I was Wildwood fishing. I can't really Wildwood fish with this kind of strat. It's too expensive. I could do cheaper versions, maybe. Oh, she died. Headhunter buffs to kill that guy, that's good. Unique monsters actually aren't that hard in High Delhi. They still take like 50% of the damage they normally take. It's these magic mobs have 80% damage reduction. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh wow, okay, I'm lagging now. That was lag. Tincture's off, so yeah, okay. Actually, with the tinctures off, that was pretty rough. I guess for that last breach, I should probably exit the breach. I'm gonna take the tinctures off. Pretty tanky mobs, not gonna lie. Pretty tanky. This is probably what, like, the monster tankiness right here is probably what it feels like to do no resonance with 100% deli. This feels like 100% deli in terms of how tanky they are. That's probably just a little bit of lag issue there. I'm not really sure why I died there. Didn't look like any mob was on my screen, then it was. No, there's no mirror bow. This is like 500, maybe 1,000 divines in total invested in the build. Amelioration. Yeah, I can't use it twice in the same zone, I don't think. Let me clear this area first. Alright, so this is all the loot. I still gotta do the Mirage. But, yeah. Now this loot looks a lot better than last map's loot, for sure, but... You know, I mean, I could have ran the Wisp Scarab with currency, I guess. I just don't like combining % more currency and Wisps, because I know that that's something I've tested extensively, and I'm very certain that they are kind of anti-synergetic in respect to how they play off each other. They're like two different forms of getting currency that eat into each other's strat, because if you're using a Wisp Scarab with % more currency, you would get more currency from the % more currency if you used a different Scarab that gave you more drops, such as Monstrous Lineage combined with Bloodlines, for example, would result in more currency from that avenue. But, or anyway, so I just feel like either you go like double Wisp Scarab, or you go no Wisp Scarab. That's the way I've always approached it. Either you push hard into Wisps like that, or you just don't. It's like double Wisp Scarab and prioritize pack size and quant and rarity rolls on the map, or you go no Wisp Scarab, prioritize % more currency on the map. That's my advice. And I've done a lot of testing on those. All the way back from, you know, the Magic Packs farms and the Sanctuary maps and stuff. 1,000 map sets. I tested 100 maps at a time, you know, going like 200% more currency, and then 100 maps at a time going like 40% pack size and not prioritizing currency at all, and seeing what the difference was and all the different currency drops. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that just you can combine the two if you want, but it's usually you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. Gonna take more than a full. Ah, couldn't get currency. Well, % more scarabs, I guess. What is Blessing of the Storm? That's not like a quant multiplier, is it? You may know what this is. You can go double Wisp without resonating? Yeah, that would be pretty good. Elemental Proliferation. All damage you deal can show. I mean, that'd be pretty awesome with this build, but I mean, it's not as good as more scarabs. Not as good as more loot. Who would take that over more loot?
Stay sane, exile.
Lucky, I got 3 breaches. I don't know. Now, why is this so freaking laggy? God. What the hell? Pregnancy dupes.
You've had a sail, exile.
Yeah, with Resonance especially, I would really want to do it fully empowered. But I didn't want to roll a map, so I had like a terrifically rolled map. I paid 2 divines for the map pre-rolled. Actually, it wasn't that well rolled now that I realize it. Because I bought it after the chisels. I thought I was buying one pre-chiseled, and then I was going to chisel it. So I'll run another map like this, but I'll do double Wisp, like I was saying. Probably spawn a Wildwood on that map. Matter as much. There's probably a version of this strat we could Wildwood fish it. Like a cheaper version. There'd be no resonance. Yeah, like it basically the cheap breach version, like double monstrous lineage and. Although you're not gonna want it Wildwood Fish bloodlines though. Be a delirium mirror instead of deli orbs. Is there a reason you play Bow over Wander? Preference? I've never played Wander. I mean, that's the big reason why I don't. Oh my god. Wait, does this spawn different modifiers? So this map's lagging like crazy. Oh, two Nemesis Wildwood. Yeah, maybe. There's a second cluster jewel. Finally dropped the second cluster jewel, guys. Nice. $120 stacks of Weeping Wounds. Oh god. Flag's releasing. Refracting Frog is a Delirium in a Mirage drop. It used to be worth more, it's worth a little less now. So it's a halfway common drop against the Deli boss in Mirage. Probably like a 10 or 20% chance to drop off of them. It can drop off regular monsters too, but very low, very low drop rate. Most of them you see will come off the boss. Same as like volatile Val orbs off of Beyond bosses as opposed to regular monsters. Yeah, whenever somebody comes out with like whenever a content creator comes out with like a meta cluster like that, it's gonna go up in price for sure. Ow. Anyway, what do you guys think about Tornado Shot Breach? Did it perform better than you thought it might? Still lagging, god damn. Just trying to get the lag to settle. I should have just walked into a corner. I think I need Explode. Well, there's an Explode bow, so maybe I will go Explode. I don't know. When do you recommend the swap to Tornado Shot? Well, I fully recommend it by the time you have Headhunter or beforehand. But yeah, I came out with a video talking about different swap points, so you can check out the video. Am I diluting here? Oh, wait, wrong place. What? Where? What the hell? What is this? Where's the monster at? Is that just... Maybe that was Mirage mechanic? I guess the Mirage mechanic. No wonder I died. Kind of exploding crap everywhere. Still lagging. With like no monsters alive. I don't know, this instance spawned in with crazy lag. I can barely even loot. Die from this crap anyway.
We've made a trade.
Alright. Devastator explode? Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll think about it. All right, so I'm gonna try this with double wisp. Oh, that risk. Wait, that's no bloodlines. No, okay. I gotta run bloodlines instead.
I should raise my fees. Business. I should raise my fees. I'll put the word out. What have you got?
I lost like all my XP, damn. I haven't tried +4 for Nemesis farming. Breach. Okay, this will be... Let's see, high quant.
Keeps me busy, at least.
Check in with me when you have a moment. I'll put the word out.
Oh, it's just one chisel. I thought you still did 4. No, that's not bad. Okay. It's basically a magic monster farm. Oh. Alright, same overall setup. Keeper scarabs, technically. This is what I was talking about, going double wisp. So no risk scarab, no resonating scarab. Still 80% deli, no percent more currency. Bigger focus on quantum pack size in general. You think Nimi could work with Tornado Shot? No. No, you don't do that.
Lose yourself within this thread.
The way I know that is because
Leave now.
there's an Eldritch Alter option that gives you the Nimi function as a downside, and it really is a downside for Tornado Shot. Okay, appears not to be lagging too bad, actually. Again. Happy times. Alright, well, just take my word for it. Returning projectiles is not particularly good for Tornado Shot. I think it's because you can only have one returning proj hit based on the outbound projectiles. So like you'll have like a ton of projectiles returning, but only one will actually land. So when it's like death by 1,000 cuts, having just one single one return is just really bad. I could be wrong. I don't think you get a returning proj off of each individual arrow, though. Oh, there we go. Quant and currency dupe together. Never seen that before. Lag caught up with me. I can do more than one breach at a time here. Why no more firewall on cast on crit? Oh, on the PoE2 Twister build? Because the amount of flat damage you gave was pretty weak in the end. Compared to what you had on gear. It was just kind of a small amount. It wasn't really worth doing that. There's just better things we could do with our gems at that point. Yikes. Oh, guess so, leader. Okay, I'm not gonna open 2 breaches at once again. That's a really bad idea. Lag's sake. Float on death could be good. I still don't know what frogs do. This one's lagging more than the last one I did. Just tested on standard? Tested what? Kinda looks like more loot's dropping, but I don't know. Oh, what the hell? Oh, the secondary procs don't go off. I feel like I might have known that. I just forgot about it. Because it's not been a conversation point in ages. Seven Chaos Orbs. So if I was doing this only on 20% deli, this would not lag as much, for sure. But then it wouldn't really be super high investment. You mind talking a bit about your quiver and the stat roll that matters the most for Tornado Shot? Assuming that it's uncorrupted? Look at that. Apparently I was standing in there the whole time. Oh, Derico? Yeah. Talking about this quiver. Every single minion modifier there is essentially a real increased number to projectiles. You can think of it as a legit, like if you watch the number of minions that I have, you'll see that I basically always have minions up and running. So like every shot seems to feed off of that. So that's the most important role for sure. Another important role is the damage applies to minion. Minion damage applies to you, I mean. You can get more life. Or what is it? Flat life mana regen is okay. Flat damage is okay. But arguably, the minion one is the best. Now, chain, I think there's only two really good corruptions to go for. It's either percent gain is extra lightning or chain, or maybe flat lightning. Because when you switch out of Eldritch Boots, you no longer have lightning, a source of lightning damage. Yeah, I picked two because I got, well, and it was only two divine, or two, yeah, it was two divines at the time, and you know, that was, I got that on like the third day of the league or something. I didn't even mean to search for that, actually. It was an accident. I was just setting up the search for it, and I forgot to flip over the 3 minion number. And so... yeah, it was kind of funny. It's magically there. And I was like, wait a minute. I have this one too. Like, I'm probably gonna switch to this one. And go for Ricochet. Maybe in the long run, maybe not. Maybe in the long run I get +3 with Chain. But I'm mostly concerned with getting that lightning damage, because you want those shocks to be, you know, super reliable for Oath of Spring. Hey mate, from an SSF perspective, would you suggest LA Hill Deadeye as a bow starter? Yeah, you level as that anyway. Elemental Hit Spectrum Warden is quite good. I like it set up with some specific uniques that make it very strong. Cheap leveling uniques. Oh man, I thought I couldn't tell what I was looking at there. I don't know why I died from that. Looting is the most dangerous thing you can do. This build. Wow. Okay. Well, I can't do the Mirage. I didn't even bother turning my tinctures on. I didn't think it would actually kill me. I hate looting these maps. Oh well. You got to see the loot. We're gonna go back to the shrine juicing strat. On the wrong map. Thought I got everything right. Do I have an updated leveling guide for this league? Yeah, kinda. I more or less just threw in the leveling guide from the previous couple leagues. Oh my god, this map's lagging worse than any of the others. What the heck? Dude. Make the legs stop. Wait, how'd I spawn two bosses again? How'd I do that? Spawn two bosses twice? Oh my god, this used up the astrolabe on dunes, I just realized. Whoops. Yeah. No. Oh, well, Underground Sea is still good. Yeah, Explode will probably help a lot. Because I notice when I get this, my lag disappears. Kind of.
Choose what you wish.
Dude, what? How many times can you spawn the bosses? I spawned 8 beyond bosses. 7 beyond bosses on this map. Before entering the Mirage. Is that like a bug? Have explode from the Mirage. Thought it might help. I thought you could only spawn the beyond bosses one time per zone doing that. What? Okay.
The dog is in the hen house.
Died before even zoned. Alright, well, let's hope that lag doesn't persist. Back to Defiled Cathedral. Where I definitely don't want to be. Got 3 mists, 2 mists, 0 seers. One tainted divine teardrop this league. Anybody else seen one of those? Mr. Seer. Had some crazy luck with Seers this league. Found a Mage Blood and a Squire. I mean, I had crazy luck too compared to normal. I found a Gull Helm. That's it. But for me, that constitutes crazy luck. We can only be so lucky.
Make your wish.
What is that one like with the monster packs replaced by syndicate members? Failed 11 bowcrafts trying to fracture. Never lucky indeed. Tell me that totem support. Do it. Totem support. No.
We are victorious for now.
Did drop a Divine Orb. There it is. All three. The power. One of them gives a huge action speed buff. So much action speed make the Deadeye blush. You're not playing the rarity unique flask yet? There's no room for it in this build. What am I going to remove for it? still getting most of its bonuses just from a suffix on a Quicksilver.
Choose what you wish.
I'd have thought I'd drop at 7 years. Bad luck by now. Would a guess the card effect make it better than Quicksilver in mapping? No. Not even all of the card effects are like beneficial in a meaningful way. Even the rarity roll is better because it's like increased effect of the rarity, 30% rarity. Nowadays, with the nerfs to rarity on gear, that's a huge amount of rarity. Just that suffix. I'm surprised it still exists at the number that big. You just have to keep it on the hush hush. Don't tell GGG it's overpowered. Hey bro, how does the quiver you're using work? You see the minion count up here? Herald of Purity, constantly spawning and despawning. Every time it despawns, I'm getting additional arrows. There seems to be no internal cooldown for it, so it's basically pretty much 100% uptime. That gives me 3 additional arrows every time that procs, and you get increased attack speed, other bonuses from the quiver as well. Maybe a corruption. Like chain, juicy corruption. But it is definitely better than like the best or even a synth quiver. Like best in slot synth quiver. It's still better than that if you're running like tornado shot at least. Now if you're doing a different bow skill, it's not. Probably not better. But we all run tornado shot over here, so. Right, guys? SMH.
What is your desire? The battle begins.
Why are you guys not running, why are you guys not even running my build? What's wrong with y'all? It's Bow League. Bow League, Bow Messiah's got you covered. Oh, pink. Volatile Valorb. There we go. Yo, Indox 138 is raided the channel. There's a bunch of people. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for that raid. I am currently trying to scry the card from Defile Cathedral. So what have you been up to? What kind of content you been doing? Now that I'm out of the map, we can give you the lovely shout out. Shout out. Alright guys, let's appreciate Indox. Give him some love. He's probably he's probably blasting away. About to blast some sleep maybe, but just got them blasting maps, right? Here's from Brazil. There you go. I heard Brazil likes me. Likes the content. Somebody told me that. In a YouTube comment. They said like, hey Snoop, Brazil loves you. Maybe that was you. I don't remember. Ripple Domination Scarab. Influencing Hordes. And Beyond Resurgence. We do. Well, that is awesome. So, Brazil just moved into my stream then. Nice. What I want to do is scry this map over and then start running mausoleums. It'll be very efficient shrine juicing with Delirium, Beyond, Volatile Valorbs, the fogs from inside the Mirage, all the Eldritch rewards, maybe get some Mage Blood or Headhunter cards. Actually have some halfway decent raw loot. You can see the triple beyond boss spawn there. Why would he be better than JV? It's probably kind of tied to JV. The primary reason for me doing it there instead of JV is that I want to also have it scried over for when I do Pilfering Divination. So just, I'm like knocking two birds out with one stone. I'd rather do that on Mausoleum. Oh yeah, I'm also trying to level, so this is a pretty good strat for leveling. They got triple beyond power. Crazy power. Shrine power, hook power. Yeah, it's because I'm lazy and I don't turn it off. This doesn't go down to 0, it goes down to 1. I think I'm gonna get a Storm Drinker cluster. It's about fuel the fight for it. No seer again.
What is your desire? Destroy the enemy.
Buying 20 to 30 C bases. Really, like which ones? Give dupes. Phantom Myths? I feel like the second I would put that on my filter, it would go down to like 5 C apiece. Oh. Well, you're doing us a big service by telling the community one way or another. I think I'm gonna pass on putting on there. I don't want to mess with that. It takes up a ton of inventory space too. There's a reason why I never do negative rarity farming. I'm quite confident that while it is what it is right this second, it'll probably turn around and be worth almost nothing. The second people realize that. I'm so dumb. The one thing, should have had amelioration on.
Well, make it happen.
Make your wish.
I wonder what the spawn chance of Seer is for the Mirage. Well, I know it's identical spawn rate to the Mist. You know, supposedly. Which point do you recommend switching to Ricochet? I didn't see a question about Mirage Archer, sorry. Ricochet is, well, you need another cluster jewel, so presumably that's after you get the 12 passive cluster jewel. And that's not really worth getting until you're like level 100 and also after getting like Tailwind boots, because that's when you lose the resistance and kind of want that. So I mean, that's what I'm doing. What's that tink? Dog. Begin. One chaos for a 5 horn scarab. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Man, that is crazy cheap. What do we have here? Superior titanium shield.
Sold. Ahoy there. I'll let you know.
Like it needs to be recombinated. I don't even have the recombinator unlocked for that. It's the one thing I wish I'd done King's March for, is unlock the recombinator.
My mana is gone.
Gave the wall of text question. Damn. Ripple bosses. Hello, tincture's down. Looks like a mass smuggler's caches next to the Mirage. Oh yeah. Even that one didn't rank. Holy. Oh my god, refracting mist again. Reflecting mist? You gotta be kidding me, dude. Why is the seer not here? Sucks so bad. Oh, and 3 on the coin flip, I guess.
Choose what you wish. Let's see how that turns out for you.
Wow, that's actually the first one of those I've dropped this league. Voidborn Reliquary Keys, like 2 div. They're like super rare right now. When you did your Cold Convert Tornado, I think Calandra, did you do Cold Convert or have some Lightning? Can't remember. Calandra League, I did Elegant Hubris, like quintuple notable with rarity on there. That was the, yeah, it was Cold Convert Tornado Shot Ascendant, that league. It was the ultimate in-game build I had. Very high MF. It was like 300, 400 MF. While also being quite strong. I did Ascendant mainly because the starting location was here and the Elegant Hubris went right here. And like the large or massive wheel went right here and it overlapped in a certain way. It gave me like 5 rarity notables. Each one's like 30% rarity, I think. At the time. How did we shock? Oh, I think there might have been some gain as extra lightning in there somewhere.
You've had a sail, exile.
I don't remember. Maybe I just relied on Headhunter buffs. Because one of the stolen Headhunter buffs is gain a whole bunch of damage as random element, and one of them is gain a whole bunch of damage as lightning. How significant is that flat cold roll compared to other Fizz mod? If you're doing mirror tier bow, then Fizz is arguably better, but anything short of that, flat cold appears to be stronger. It's also way, way, way easier to craft than triple physical. This league is especially easy to craft because you can even swap damage mods over to a different element, which you can't do if you're running triple fizz bow or triple element bow. You can't do it in that case either. I don't actually know if shrines, if domination adds a chance for the seer to spawn or not. I do know that like risk scarabs does the either like the quant roll or the pack size roll. What strat am I running? This is basically shrine blasting, but juicier version. Delirium and beyond. Number of monster pack, in theory. Or monster pack.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So if I get additional packs of monsters in the Mirage, I should take that.
Choose what you wish. Your wish shall be granted.
Yeah. So it wouldn't matter how big the pack is. I wonder if shrine packs count, because they're kind of like pseudo natural spawning monsters. Not exactly, but kind of. Yeah, I know, it's a terrible one to try and get it.
Battle has been won.
What can you do? Just keep running maps.
You've had a sail exile.
Am I feeling today? Pretty good. I'll be a lot happier when I can get that seer to spawn. We did a little crazy Giga Juice breach farming earlier. A couple maps. Kind of tough through the lag, but I mean, it worked. Round support gem. I'm gonna scride over to Mausoleum. Continue leveling up with this strat there. It'll be way better map for this. And then it'll also prep me for Mausoleum Pilfered Divination farming, which is something I definitely want to test. I don't really want to bother testing it without the chance of dropping apothecaries in 7 years there. Wildwood. Wisp. Alright, whatever. Try that. How hard can it be? What up, Arnelia? Dude. I mean, I know that was stupid of me, but come on. I feel like his spawn delayed. That'd be bad. Next upgrade, probably 12 passive bow cluster. Wow, I kind of need to be level 100 to even incorporate that into the build. Or certainly a lot closer to 100. Okay, what is this lag, dude? You missed the stream? How dare you? How dare you? I even put out the notification on the Discord. Hi, Shrine's good? Oh, it's very good. Maybe a little too good. I really want to show you guys this strat on a good map layout. Yeah, 3 reflecting miss, no seer. I mean, I haven't ran that many maps. It's not that crazy, but anyway. Like, I think I'm getting good luck on reflecting miss. Probably should have seen each of them 1 or maybe 2 times. Kind of fun killing those bosses all at once. You missed the juiciest juice earlier. Alright. Extra pack of monsters. Superior Majestic Pearl. Oh my god, I love a 30% for Majestic Pearl. It's not gonna be as good as Energy Shield, but... Bro, why couldn't I got this altar earlier? I using cast on crit link with Mana Forge arrow setup? I am, yeah.
Great.
As always. Maybe putting these extra 12 packs of monsters will spawn the Seer. Mass copium. Wait, I almost feel like it spawned more of a Mirage area because I had to like fit them in or something. You guys think it does that? When you put more monsters in the Mirage area, it widens the Mirage because it can't even slam them in without doing that? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking that? This is like the widest coverage Mirage area I've ever gotten in Deval Cathedral. Why Resurgence? Beyond is spawning in the Mirage, they drop volatile Val Orbs, and other tainted currencies are still worth, you know, a little bit or add up. It also doesn't even like close your Beyond whenever they spawn that way. That's the craziest thing. Like, you still keep spawning Beyond after spawning triple Beyond bosses. Now, you might spawn the single boss in the standard functionality, and that'll stop Beyond from spawning, but you just kind of hope that doesn't happen. Map doesn't matter. Well, it matters right now because it has a map I need to scry. Rediv. Pre-split? Pre-split? What? That's 4 divines and bases. Actually, it's probably not really worth 3. Where did you post the cluster jewel, dude? Triple Beyond Boss. You also get their power too. Respect for that. Gonna switch over to your build today. Always love tornado shots, so pretty excited how it will turn out. Like music to my ears. Another tornado shot lover in the chat. Maybe we'll have a tornado shot resurgence. Hear your Lich Helmet? Now I know that one's money. That is money there. I know for a fact that one's money. Got 2 of your friends to switch to this too? Oh, nice. Do they like it? I'm a little afraid people are gonna like, some people will hate tinctures, but I don't know, what are you gonna do? You want the power or not? If you're doing easy content, you can run Deadeye version.
The battle begins.
7 years bad luck. Alright. Finally dropped that card. I think I might have been a little overdue for it. Actually, I need to... I think the Innocent is not on the list. Need to add that. One of them is preparing the gear while the other switched and enjoys it. Nice. Are they wanting to like do hard bossing content with it or what? Or just miss tornado shot in general? Vine Orb. That volatile Val. Get it. Get it. Get it. No. No. Did you link that cluster to me? Oh, you did. No, that's not best in slot because it's only 3 all res. But, I mean, for 15 div, that sounds fair. Like, you can use that as a temp. You're missing 12 all res.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Alright. Lich Circlet, 26% quality. Get a lot of these quality bases. He says... What? Only 90 chaos? I can't believe it's not worth more. Oof. Swap Death Rush for another taming? Yeah, of course. Or, you know, an all-res ring, like minus mana cost and rarity and stuff. Innocent. Yeah, I moved the Innocent up so it's actually visible. Oh god. Don't stop running. So stop attacking.
What is your desire?
Yeah, I'm fishing for the seer to scry. Hey, you know, not to jinx myself, but at least I haven't got the reflecting mist to show up as a mirage option yet. Now that I say that, it'll probably show up next map. Yup. Yup. Am I reflect immune? I'm Fizz reflect immune, but not elemental reflect. We can get elemental reflect covered by swapping the minor pantheon, plus substituting out 5 passive points to get the mastery, elemental mastery. I have done that in the past. I don't think it's necessary now though. It's way too easy to like buy regex maps. I don't really even believe in rolling maps anymore. Like, I'm just gonna buy them off async trade. It's been a complete game changer. I haven't rolled a single map this league. After like the very few initial nightmare maps. Async trade, asynchronous trade. Trading offline. Wanna try shrines? Where's the moneymaker in this? Not bubblegum currency, Eldritch Altar rewards, some tainted currencies. Whoa. Shit. Might die there. Volatile Val Orbs. Like those Beyond bosses I just killed can drop them. Nice, I didn't die. Refracting Fogs, because we got Delirium. We get a Covetous Shrine in most maps. The only form of player side quant you can get in League. It's just an absolute huge number of monsters. Did I die there? Oh my god, dude. Alright. Hold on. What in the world? Yeah, the Beyond bosses, Gore drops a 1 div support gem. That's halfway common. But the real secret to making good money on this strat is just be so outrageously fast. Here, I'll run one map on Mausoleum so you guys can see what it looks like. You don't even need to kill the boss.
I've got some wealth for you.
What I want to be doing right now is doing this on Mausoleum. I need to scry the cards over. That makes sense in the long run. So this is just a figure 8 map and we skip the boss. Usually pick the minion option. Surprised they haven't got an acceleration shrine yet. And I mean, you can just do the figure 8 if you want. Of course, I want to show you this map. I'm lagging like crazy on this one, so go figure. A lot of divination cards is jewelry, corrupted items. You can get mage blood or headhunter cards fairly easily out of this. Granted, they are super rare. Smuggler's caches are worth more now than ever before. Fully revealed blueprints are worth over divine at this point. Even enchanted blueprints with the right enchantment are worth like half a divine. It's pretty insane how valuable blueprint spam is. Like, you can make a ton of currency just doing blueprint fishing. And that was all you did. Yeah, anyway. See how short that map is? Mausoleum over Jungle Valley. They're about equal. Okay, what the heck, dude? I even got the shot off and still died. Four bosses spawning. Nice. Is it 5 bosses spawning? What the hell? So no volatile Val, no fog, but you know, could have been good. You'll get some delirium rewards too. So, given that we're doing the Mirage, it's still really fast. I think I like Mausoleum better than Jungle Valley because in Jungle Valley you might have to backtrack kind of far to do the Mirage. You're never gonna have to backtrack very much to find the Mirage and Mausoleum, and you don't just want to run in and do it because you know you got a whole bunch of shrines and some headhunter buffs and stuff. This looks to be a 6 Smuggler's Cache map, maybe? Can't catch a break with the laggy maps, though.
Choose what you wish.
These maps don't have to be super hard. They just need to be high, or super easy. They just have to be high pack size. You want really high pack size. So this is 8 mod corrupted. I'm doing like 42% pack size minimum. I did just shove over the Nightmare Regex to this. The closest thing to this Regex, you can find it on the last YouTube video. Not that there aren't any dangerous mods on here, but pretty safe modifiers overall.
Time is short.
A vote for the dead.
The blueprints we find in here have a like decent chance of being worth a lot. There's 2 separate enchants that are good. One is experimental items, the other is currency items. And look, we got the Beyond Boss plus the triple Beyond Boss spawn, so that's a lot of chances of getting that support gem or what's the other thing? The Val Volatile Orb. See, that's worth a minimum of 100C. I didn't even check if it's actually, yeah, if it was fully revealed, it'd be 2 divines. And there you go, we got 2 volatile Val Orbs. These are each worth almost a divine. There you go. Now you got to actually see some real loot in one of these. And you still get the delirium rewards. A little bit. And the delirium rewards here too. That's it. So that was above average map. Now if we can get proper scry over and stop lagging most of the maps, it'll start looking real nice. But another reason to do it is, I mean, I'm dying sometimes, but definitely can level all the way to 100 with this strat. Oh shit. What? I wasn't paying attention, I was trying to read. I got the seer, what? Wait, it already spawned? Where's the seer? I don't see the seer. What the hell? I didn't use my... Alright, what was the question? Does it matter in gloves if we use convert to light or cold? Lightning LS? You mean what? You mean tornado shot? LS is lightning strike. Oh, I got that. You baited. I don't know exactly how he's scaling damage, but it might be going for I don't know, I guess he doesn't care about freezing or chilling or whatever, but I'd probably, if I was doing lightning arrow cold or conversion, I'd probably try to convert a split lightning and cold. Unless you're doing something where you're like boosting exclusively lightning damage. Because then you probably want chill and or freeze to be eligible on the build. This assumes that you can shock max. I guess, you know, if you're doing really hard content, you would want the full conversion for the sake of getting the highest shocks possible. But when you're talking about like mirror tier gear, I mean, you should probably see max shock on lightning arrow, even if you're only converting half of it to lightning. Because like if you have cold convert, you can put bone chill in the build, do more damage, for example. And just that alone, like you could have your frenzy support, or you could have your frenzy, your Mana Forge frenzy setup or whatever with bone chill.
Choose what you wish.
Dude. Oh my god.
You've
I don't know what I'm doing. Up, fully reveal. I was kind of afraid of dying there, and then I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll be fine, and then died anyway.
I'll put the
I have to double check these regex, because I wasn't dying like this before doing this off stream.
have you.
Spicy one. The boss is in the map, but the access point isn't. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Converting for Trinity too, yeah. Yeah, that's another big one. Getting Trinity.
Crafted with reverence, defiled with evil.
Are we farming a very juicy shrine strat? We're farming the seer right now to get off this terrible layoff. Like 30 maps deep on that. Because no life. Yeah, I'm doing the Mirage every map, either way. Because the strategy gets profit, especially off of Mirage. It's where the refracting fogs and volatile Valorbs are. Not to mention a huge spawn of Eldritch Altars and stuff. Care what anyone says, Crimson Temple Quant Apothecary Farm is the greatest. It sure had some staying power, I'll put it that way. The most staying power. Oh my god, alright, this is the 6th or the 7th Beyond boss I've spawned. No, the refracting mirror again! What? Reflecting me? No! How? How is that happening? 0 for 4 on the coin flip? This can't be happening. Feel some. He can still spawn. They'll bring Crimson Prism back with Freesia 3.0. There'll be like a what were they called again? The idol, yeah, idol with enraged strongbox. Imagine enraged strongbox idol.
What is your desire? Come back, alive.
Crafted with reverence.
Holy density, what? %, increased pack size. Wow. Oh yeah, it could drop an 84 cluster jewel too. Can happen. Hi Snoopy, which strat do you recommend to farm? Probably not a buff gun strat with for 3 or 4 Deadeye orb, my build does not have enough damage. For me, there's 2 home-based strats. It's either Nightmare boss rushing, simple version, no delirium, no beyond or anything. And then there's Shrine blasting, which I think is honestly a better version of Legion blasting.
Check in with me when you
Especially
have a
this
moment.
league. If it's like the difference between beyond and not. With these volatile Val orbs being as expensive as they are.
Crafted with reverence.
I've done a little bit Breach. Kind of like it for leveling more than anything, but... kind of lag-inducing for me, so... I might try it again in a serious way if I get... I might try to do this explode bow thing. That's on your luck. I don't really mess around with those Mirage chests. If I notice them, I'll open them up, but I don't really... I barely even notice them. Oh, standard chest. What? Oh. Okay. That's cool how we get the memories. They're actually worth quite a bit. Spamming fast maps will get you more loot from the memories things. The triple boss. Imagine dropping this many tainted fusings in like day 2. Oh my god. They're worth like 60 C each. When Divine's worth 100 C. Dude, if I'd known, I wish I had known. Oh my god. I would have done this. Would have used this Scarab instead. I had no idea about the Resurgent Scarab. Ah, it sucks. Would have made so much more.
What is your desire? Do what you must.
Next league, though. There's always next league. I gotta remember that one. Can you ask about glove crafting? Sure. Whoa, lag. God dang. Resurgence only work with the spawn chance at all, so you don't expect the boss cannot spawn things. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I don't actually know for sure if this one means anything. Maybe it does. If it does, it's
Ready to
synergetic.
trade.
Might take it just in case. That feels like a juicer. He dropped nothing? Oh no, dude. Fifth reflecting mist. Oh, that's soul crushing, dude. Like, get me out of here. Lord.
What is your desire?
Terrible. Can't believe I never get like a divination card worth anything from all these div card rewards. Wait, Aranelli, I thought you were doing pilfering. What happened to pilfering? Get to 100 first? Ooh. What level are you now? $96. Yeah, pilfering can be dangerous. The ice novas, especially. Oh wow. Some fast delirium effects, man. I got like 3 deli ground effects at once. I went off really fast.
Approach.
Lowering my progress down a little. You think this is the best league we've ever had? Best league? Nah, probably not. I don't even think I can properly conceptualize like the idea of a best league we've ever had now that there's another game in competition. You know what I mean? Like it kind of warps your mind over. The best league we've ever had is one that has to involve like a level of hype that cannot exist anymore because people have already moved on from one league to another. Hey, we got the scry. We got the scry. Alright, we're finally off this garbage map. Let's move it over to Mausoleum. Yes, I'm sure. It is. Wow. Damn. Gotta drop some big loot. Makes me wanna kill the boss every time. Shit. It's affliction? I mean, a lot of people are gonna say that, yeah. I mean, of course I would say it's Calandra League. It's my best league of all time, for sure.
What is your desire?
Can't speak for everyone, though. Calandra was your first league ever? I mean, people's first league ever is quite often their favorite league. The novelty of it, you know?
Approach, challenger.
Here we go. Proper mausoleum farmer.
Me when you have a moment.
Want to kill more faster?
They are watching you from below.
That meme still lives. We do mausoleums so we don't need to kill the boss to get proper Eldritch altars to spawn. So our Eldritch rewards will be better here. Fine orb. Really have to remove my echoing shrine for this lag, dude. Oh, nope. Put that in here.
Make your wish. Do what you want, Jingo.
Comes the loot. I've seen Mausoleum wrap around better than this. I've seen it almost cover half the map before. Maybe I got unlucky this one. But I mean, that's just so much faster than the Fog Cathedral. Get anything great? Great? No, I mean, I got some consistent drops for sure. I mean, this farm is like, let's see, these are 2 div each. It's like all 2 div, 3, so 2, 4, 6. There's about 10 chaos in Scarabs and 5 chaos per map. It's like no more than 15 chaos per map investment.
Sold something while you were gone.
Like that's it. You know, so I mean, you drop practically anything, you're making decent currency. Double unique jewelry card drop? It's just day 8 Atlas? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Because it's day 8. Get it? Feels like a month? Now somebody's not enjoying the league. Shit. We got a PoE2 Andy in the chat. Is that what this is? Rock the smugglers, cuz. Let's go.
Approach, challenger.
Choose what you wish. Your wish has been granted.
Are you loving it? Well, why does it feel like it's been forever? If you're loving it. Oh, give me the blueprints. Give me the beyond bosses. Shit. Four blueprints. 4 smugglers caches, no blueprints. Ooh. I'm from Japan. I'm not from Japan. I'm from Japan today. Dude, when do you switch from ice shot penetration to tornado shot? I swapped at Headhunter, but you can swap earlier if you want. I got a video specifically discussing that topic. So check out the YouTube videos right before League launch. I talked about that.
A vote for the dead. As if they
Why would... Yeah, okay, well you can swap earlier than that. Like Spine Hail was the big item that was kind of necessary. There's a path of building with that swap in mind. With the earliest possible swap. (21, 23)? No, definitely not 21, 23. You do level 1. I like momentum support the best. The Zoomer tech. Yeah, well, I would suggest you watch the video because, you know, Spine Hail needs certain kind of rolls and there's other pieces to the puzzle. I do the exact swap in real time. So you can see literally every jewel and every item that's swapped. There's an amulet swap too, and yeah. Oh, this map didn't spawn much.
dead.
Been blueprint. There it is. Hey guys. You do Shrine Domination, Scarab, Terror drop? No, I don't do that.
The astral shade is broken.
I've got some wealth for you.
I think I'll run this map, then take a bathroom break, and then come back and see how fast I can run 20 maps. And I'll kind of check the value of everything against that runtime. We'll get some sense of how strong the farm is. Oh my god, dude. Should not have died there. Not have died there. Must have got barely clipped by the
All in order.
Baydet AoE or something.
Long day.
Ooh, he is. Oh, tinctures fell off. Huh. Oops. So if we added Atlas bosses to this strat, what's the synergy besides that? Like, let's say you ran like what, quadruple domination and then domination of terrors. Like, is that just a strat? You get like real boss loot, meaningful boss loot.
Make your wish. Your wish has been granted.
Fisher support. Okay, I haven't seen that one before. Why this map? No boss altars. Scryed it. I scryed 7 years bad luck and apothecary over here just now. It'll also double dip as like a good. This is the best pilfering divination card farming map for like boxes anyway.
You live to fight another day.
Sold something while you were gone?
Fisher's not worth anything. Okay, only one Beyond boss drops a jewel worth anything, a gem. Alright, got 20 maps to go. Take a quick break. I'll be right back. Aren't they cheap? The question. Well, I'm focusing on raw pack size. Don't really care about how cheap those maps are. I want them pre-rolled. I guess I could focus on 16.5 pack size maps. I might look into that. See if they're good, but I don't need to put like deli orbs on them or anything. Okay, next 10. Let's see how long it takes to do these.
A vote to the dead, as if they were valuable. You are free to explore this far.
Big bosses. A reflecting mist. And the seer, bro. What is that? 2 maps in Tucson? This is the fewest number of squares ever filled up in a seer. Okay, I like a soul thirst in there. Soul thirst login.
Choose what you wish.
On experience. XPs.
A vote for the dead.
Reach is better for XP? Yeah. But I'm doing this in part for XP. This is a lot safer than Breach. Well, I guess it depends on what kind of character you're running. Damn. No Beyond spawned. No Fog drop. No Smuggler's Cash. That run took 4 minutes. Trying with Breach, huh? Lag alert. Or beyond. Collecting mist again. Forgot where the Mirage was.
What is your desire? The battle begins.
Yeah. How much currency earning since you started the stream? I don't know. I haven't looked. I don't want to look yet. Oh my god, dude. Not like this. Not like this. Cluster Jewel. Gift card is currency. Hmm.
We are victorious. For now.
I noticed mirages are like way bigger on nightmare maps.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Like way more monsters, way more simulacrum splinters. Drop rate of tainted fusings, I know. What the hell? This thing's dropping like every minute.
Choose what you wish.
When I get that speed shrine early, holy. There we go. I was wondering if these guys would spawn finally. Drop me your stuff. Nope. 3 maps in less than 12 minutes.
Fight another day.
Like that.
You've had a sail
Looks like I can do these in under 4 minutes apiece. Mirage and all. Speed's the name of the game at this point. Virtually no investment in the map. Makes speed super premium. I'm feeling iffy about looting Chaos Orbs still. We gotta leave them on the filter. If it's convenient enough, I'll pick it up. You run Mage Blood on this build? No, we already are missing 2 flask slots, and it's a Fizz to Cold conversion build, so I wouldn't go Mage Blood, but I would go the Shrine Belt before that. Probably will try the Shrine Belt at one point. Acceleration Shrine. Hopefully with resist, but I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to afford it. Are there any that exist? I haven't looked into it yet. Damn, still don't drop the volatile battle orbs? Come on, guys. Pretty unlucky here.
You live to fight another day.
Ah, that was retarded. Whoops. Let's not do that. Oh wait, I probably died because there was an invulnerability shrine. I didn't actually see that.
Approach, challenger.
Choose what you wish.
Not like this, guys. Not lagging me like that. Hmm. I could do this with no shrines. Yeah, I've done that. I mean, the farm's obviously fine. I pretty much only did high investment version though. Quite high on the investment. Alright, we got fog. I think I'd like, if I were to do it for real, I'd probably like double instability, resonating bloodlines, and risk. I probably prefer that version the most. I also did like one wisp scarab, one double wisp scarab.
I've got some wealth for you.
It's pretty laggy with 4 deli orbs. 1 deli orb is alright. I'd maybe just stick with 1 deli orb just for lag purposes. There are no brick mods. Could still handle no leech. Monsters have no action speed reduced would be rough, but I could still do it if I had to. Like I've handled that before. Avoid elemental ailments is not actually a brick when it's spawned in directly because it's below the it's only 70%. It's not like 96% or 100%, so it's fine. With tornado shot, it's totally fine. That's the other bad mod. Then reduce crit damage taken hurts a little bit, but is also only like what, like 35% max. So yeah. The worst one by far is action speed can't be moved below base. And it just makes the map really grippy is all. It's not an actual brick. It might end up being a brick, but I would definitely leave with some loot in that event. Axe size. Ooh. Man, can't get the smuggler's caches. Same boss. Dude, do you have a +1 chain on the spine hail? Yeah, I have that right now. If I didn't, I would sub out hypothermia for level 1 chain. Which is what I was doing before I got this.
I've got some wealth for you.
And beauty, nice. Glands. Finally. Level 1 chain? No, no, no. Level 20 chain. I would still use momentum support for the imbue. Is there an atlas for this? Yeah, exclamation atlas. It's the day 8 shrine blasting strat. It's shrine juicing, shrine blasting, but like higher level with delirium and beyond. And the beyond bosses. I wish the daily rewards were a little bit better. When you don't use any delirium scarabs, your daily rewards kind of suck, though. You skipped Rans. kind of question is that? That's the kind of question you usually ask a VTuber.
A legendary battle.
Well, these are some fast maps. Getting close to level 98. Annulment Orb, hello. Oh, this is the laggy one. Oh, I need to get basic currency dupes. I don't care what the downside is. On an Annulment Orb. %200 is extra fire. This is fine. Domination Scarab. Alright, we got a real Eldritch altar map on our hands here. Terrors. Very high count. This is my graders number. 6.1. I think I literally can't spawn anymore. Nameless Seer, Mjolnir. Mjolnir? That's the one. Oh my god, dude. What? One pack of mobs is like 8 annulment orbs.
Choose what you wish. Slaughter them all.
Whoa. Guys, what does this thing do? What does that do? I don't know what this does. I've seen it a couple times. Thaumaturgic Dust Hourglass. Gives dust. Okay, so it's worthless to me. Got it. This map will have added to my timer a little bit. Huh. It ran out of space.
Battle has been won.
I've got some
Damn.
for you.
Oh, got a lagger map. The bad one. Worth it. Why are they asking about that? I don't know. Guess they saw me with this character, this build, doing this strat, and thought it looked huge. My best guess.
Choose what you wish.
I can miss. I want to have a gem dupe so that I can dupe the Beyond Boss's gem. Oh god. Don't know volatile vowels. Oh. Why do that before I go in? Whoops. What do you guys think about essence farming?
Got some wealth for you.
Got any fans? It's boring, something to do while fast rushing boss. Do you do like full clear though if you you do that, are you just doing like no investment really? Like, are you actually using essence scarabs? Why this map Mausoleum? Well, it's an S tier, fast spamming map with Eldritch Altars in mind. Don't need to kill the boss, for one thing. I just scryed over Defiled Cathedral to it, and part of that is for pilfering divination card farming on this map, which is like the best map for that. Talking about rolling boxes, I haven't tested that strat yet this league, but a very real strat. Yeah. It's also super fast and convenient. Not sure about how small the Mirage area is, but I mean, it is a very small map, so I guess that makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out if, like, maybe Jungle Valley would be better. Possibly. Talking about, like, the Mirage setting. But, you know, since I've ran some of both, I can't really easily discern that, so it's probably a good indicator that it's not, like, at least obviously better. If it is, they'd be pretty close. Fog.
Sold something while you were gone?
You will never escape this nightmare.
Could use incubators. Yeah, I don't really like bothering with them unless I'm getting them as part of the rewards. Then I have to remember every few maps to put them in. Good face. Comes to me and says, "Hey, what's up? Sadly, I didn't have time to keep up. What was your ice shot build like at the start?" It went very well. I followed through with my initial plan to try Nightmare boss rushing on it. I knew it already performed well as certain baseline, you know, getting the build up and running. I got there before the end of day 2, so I was farming the boss in day 2. I actually killed the boss, like, first killed the boss 18 hours in. But, you know, I wanted some more gear and levels before I really went in on that. So, yeah, I started farming him for real around 24 hours played. Something like that. And just kind of took that all the way. Made a few hundred divines doing that. Boss rushing was extremely lucrative this league. It's still, I mean, it still is. Still is one of the best strats.
Choose what you wish.
And thanks for the sub, by the way. So you didn't have time to keep up. I'm guessing you weren't actually running the build or playing the game. I'm just curious. Uh-oh. Mass bosses, I swear to God, I better get volatile Val this time. There we go. Finally got one. About time. Ooh. I did get 2 in one map earlier, but I just thought it was a little more common. You're stuck grinding hard yourself? Oh. He's grinding himself. Well, hope you enjoyed it. Hey! Is that an amelioration? Please tell me I had one in there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at my screen. Me, iShot playstyle didn't feel good. Swap back to Elemental His Spectrum. There's nothing wrong with that. Tornado shot soon. That's where it's really at.
I should raise my fees.
Of course. 9 maps left. Wait, how do I have 9 maps left? Oh, here they are. It's like, what? Like, there's only 7 maps in here.
A vote for the dead, as if they were valuable. Pathetic.
LA greater than tornado shot. Okay, if you say so. Probably attack more and run less.
Approach, challenger.
Grind juicing for, well, I mean, this is for profit. I'm testing the profit of the strat. But yeah, its secondary function is for leveling. It makes for a great leveling strat. Maybe. Well, that's the first time I've died twice in one zone. I gotta check the map mods on this. Make sure something's not missing. Alright, what is so bad about this map? Has extra lightning, monster damage, crit, less accuracy. Yeah, it still doesn't look that bad. Wow.
what you wish. The battle begins.
Last time I ran them 2 additional modifiers, I got some pretty good loot.
A vote for the dead.
Oh, that is crazy. It's spicy. Spicy. Like we got a loot. Oh yeah, the headhunter buffs way higher. All right. During crit build, generally speaking, a base crit 1k bow with 2 extra arrows. This is to an 8 plus crit 1k bow. Yeah, it depends on like how you're scaling crit, but yeah, usually.
You've had a sail exile. Ahoy there!
How does LA have better clear? You have way less arrows. I know the answer. I wanna see if there's any smart people out there who know. The honest comparison between lightning arrow and tornado shot.
As if they were valuable. Approach, challenger.
That felt like it had nothing in it. Oh, I didn't even... Huh. I even have the Eldritch Influence in this map?
So
A vote
Least amount of loot I've ever seen in one of these. Oh yeah, I might have turned off the Eldritch Influence by accident. Yeah, I think I must have. Well then. I don't know how I did that, but okay. Doing Eldritch altar farming with no Eldritch influence. Damn. Secret strat. Yeah, dude. Hope that was the answer. What? LA has multiple hit because of quality at 5 targets? I mean, that is a factor in that is something to weigh in favor of LA, yeah.
Time is short.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Alright, I'll give you guys the honest breakdown. Difference between... So, from my perspective, the argument against Tornado Shot being the best bow skill in the game is predicated on ignoring the Warden Ascendancy. One major reason why Tornado Shot is considered worse is because it's slower. So Tornado Shot now, after multiple nerfs, is baseline 75% or 80% attack speed, whereas Lightning Arrow, Elemental Hit Spectre, most of them are 100. By the way, Eye Shot Penetration is also 80% base attack speed. So when you have an 80% base attack speed, in order to make the skill not feel clunky, to feel smooth, you need to have insanely fast attack speed. Now, Deadeye, people on the very surface level, people think Deadeye has the most attack speed because it has Tailwind. That's not true. Wardens have the most attack speed, and it's not even close. And it's because of the Tincture, the 49% increased melee weapon attack speed with 140% increased effective Tincture modifiers, or even more than that maybe, is like 120% increased attack speed, which is like almost twice as fast as a Deadeye's attack speed. Okay? Almost twice as fast. So the skill does not feel clunky on a Warden, but it kind of does a little bit on Deadeye, at least compared to Lightning Arrow. So the clunkiness factor is completely obliterated by considering the Warden tech available. Now, this is just one modifier on one tincture. The rest of the tinctures go a great way to go a long ways to help the conversation too, because another issue with Tornado Shot is that it is weak hits. It hits weak. Now, on Deadeye, weak hits are really bad because your shock is going to be very low. And if you're doing cold, obviously if you're doing cold convert Tornado Shot on a Deadeye, you're not even shocking at all, basically. Even if you have a little bit of gain is extra, I mean, you might get like 5 to 10% shocks on tanky enemies. That's all you're going to see. And so in the conversation of Lightning Arrow versus Tornado Shot, Deadeye has almost guaranteed 50% shock on every enemy you ever attack with Lightning Arrow, and about 5 to 10% shock on Tornado Shot unless you do some crazy workaround on that Ascendancy that's not going to fare very well. I mean, you could do a 4-link with Lightning Arrow, Mana Forge, set up Overcharge Support, and like Innervate, kind of like I did, and work around that somewhat. But that's another big reason. Now, you could do Fizz to Lightning Convert Tornado Shot, but that's not that's just not really going to be all that great. Maybe, I mean, you could make an argument for it maybe and still run Hatredor and try to run Trinity and all that, but yeah, it's just probably not going to be as good. You're definitely not going to like hard freeze enemies, and like Lightning Arrow, if you do cold convert Lightning Arrow, it's 50% lightning conversion, 50% cold conversion. You're actually hitting hard enough in one hit that you're going to have a realistic shot of freezing a lot of enemies, which is, I mean, the Deadeye desperately needs help with, lack of tankiness in that way. Which obviously I'm getting at Oath of Winter, which the Warden completely overrides the issue of small but frequent hits with Oath of Spring, or Oath of Winter, as well as Oath of Spring. So the Warden only needs to hit. The Warden gets extra benefits from hitting super frequently, but not super hard, which highly favors Tornado Shot. Again, Oath of Spring, getting the Hoarfrost up with a cold convert Tornado Shot means everything's totally frozen all the time. Sorry, I said Oath of Spring. Oath of Winter there. Oath of Spring means I just need one source of lightning damage, like a boot implicit here. Gain 5% damage as extra lightning damage, and I have twice the shock that a Deadeye has with their Lightning Arrow. Now they have other things too, like ricochet and stuff, and there's workarounds for the Warden with that, including like an arrow plus 1 arrow chain, corruption quiver. There's obviously chain support, which you can use as well. So the Warden, especially on a high budget, the Warden has some pretty solid workaround, like super low budget, or sorry, super high budget, very low. How should I say, low, like high budget but low investment in terms of like allocating points and stuff. So, for example, a +1 chain quiver, like I didn't sacrifice any points. I lost 15% gain as extra chaos damage implicit on this quiver. Like that doesn't do anything for the build. You know what I mean? So as long as I have enough currency to throw it at the item, I essentially unlocked the Deadeye's Ascendancy point with no loss of power, more or less, as an example. Now, kind of fortunate that the best tornado shot quiver is now unique and not a rare, because when it's a rare, that makes it really hard to craft. But when it's a unique, it's a lot easier to access. So especially when you factor in Warden, especially when you factor in high budget, you don't have to factor those things in, but especially Warden high budget, I mean, it's got so much going for it with Tornado Shot. So yeah, all the Ascendancy points speak highly to Tornado Shot being better than Lightning Arrow for a Warden. And so, once again, the conversation isn't really about Lightning Arrow versus Tornado Shot. It's actually about Deadeye versus Warden. It always boils down to that. And this is because the Ascendancies are so different in power that you cannot have an honest conversation about the power, which skill is better, without actually involving which Ascendancy is better. You can't have that conversation honestly, because the Warden is just so powerful with Tornado Shot that it just, like, I'm sorry, it just overrides Deadeye's power with any skill that it has, including Tornado Shot or Lightning Arrow or Elemental Hit Spectrum or any of them. That's my argument in favor of Tornado Shot over Warden. I probably forgot a couple of things that I didn't mention, but I mean, those are the big, like, that's hitting the big stuff. Like, Deadeye has to use Lightning Arrow because it needs everything to die in one hit on and off screen, or else it dies. Unless it's doing a strat that it has like 70, 80 headhunter buffs. See, here's the really bad thing about Deadeye. You are locked out of the vast majority of strats if you're playing Deadeye. You can't do boss rushing with any serious difficulty. Like, you can't even do the strat that I did on the Fortress map, because you won't have enough headhunter buffs, you won't have enough damage to kill a 100% delirious nightmare boss. You just can't really do that reliably. You can't do... You have a really hard time doing like mid-investment gear magic pack farm. Like, even the breach farms are pretty rough. And I heard Fubgun say this literally in his video. He said, you know, even when he had Headhunter, it was kind of iffy. But now that he had like a mirror tier bow and all this stuff, like, he needed that much power to actually compensate for doing a strategy that doesn't involve like the Nemesis Scarab, doesn't involve just snapping your fingers and having 80 headhunter buffs, such as the Alva strat. So, like, Deadeye was great at the Alva strat because you just instantly get 90 headhunter buffs, right? But if the best strats in the game are boss rushing or magic bloodline strats on breach and resonant scarabs, or, you know, wisp scared wildwood stuff, and you're not even getting much more than 20 or 30 headhunter buffs, you just don't have the survivability or the power to really contend with that on that Ascendancy. So you're locked out of a lot of strats. You have to do strats that either involve Nemesis, Horn Scarab, or strats that are just very easy. You could definitely do Shrine Blasting strats. You can definitely do Legion Blasting strats. You can do a lot of different strats that are fine, but, you know, you're not doing Essences. You're not doing, you're probably not doing, what is this thing? Anything like involving destructive play. You're probably not doing Domination of Terrors. You're not doing Wildwooded Rogue Exiles. You're not doing this new Exile fragment that people are going to want to do. Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional. You're not even testing that stuff. Like, you're not doing any of that stuff on Deadeye. But the Warden can do all of it. Everything I just mentioned. So if you just want to do, you know, Shrine Blasting, Legion Blasting, boxes, you know, if you just want to do that stuff, that's your stuff. You know, fine, play Deadeye. If you invest thousands of divine orbs into your build on a Deadeye, you will unlock some of the other stuff, but you still won't unlock everything. You just can't. So there you go. That's the honest conversation about lightning arrow versus tornado shot, with a very intentional misdirection to the conversation of Deadeye versus Warden, because again, you can't have that conversation honestly. Oh yeah, thank you, RNLA. Yeah. Probably the ultimate strat you're locked out of is 1,000 plus pilfering divination card farming, where you just like delete the boss instantly. Yeah, that's not happening on a Deadeye, obviously. With zero threat of death at the same time. Nerfing Boy says, I was skeptical, but this league is my first time playing Warden. I'm never playing Deadeye again. I think a lot more people would say that if they had... I don't think everyone will like Warden over Deadeye. I mean, I think there are some actual purists out there, but... I think there's an enormous swath of bow enjoyers who have never taken Warden, given it a serious try, and they're just, unfortunately, uninformed or misinformed, because, like, sorry to say, like, I've done what I can to bring about the narrative that the Warden is a high contender in the conversation of, you know, best meta deserving ascendancy for bows, and, you know, sorry my voice is pretty small on this now. I mean, there's nothing else I can say. I can only, you know, showcase so much. I can only speak so strongly about it, you know, at a certain point. I guess, you know, at a certain point that the truth might break through on that. I don't know. It hasn't for like 3 or 4 leagues straight. But to be fair, nobody really was even looking at bows at all for the last few leagues until this league. So maybe, just maybe, people will start looking at Warden bows as a highly viable in-game blasting archetype. But I'm not holding my breath.
Make your wish.
All the bow sucks talk last few patches really just Deadeye sucks. Yeah. Yeah, so as far as like the best meta farms in the past, Deadeye was even more locked out of that stuff than Warden, especially on like tier 17 farming and things like that. You know, with the exception of like Alva Strat, but a lot of it, you know, they were massively locked out of. And people, again, there was a misinformation about the viability of bows. It was really the viability of Deadeye. Yeah, it was. It really was. It's a good way of looking at it. Real loot. Oh my god. That's what I tell people too. Yeah. Okay, I remember there was something I forgot to say on that too. Another sort of mechanics argument about Tornado Shot versus Lightning Arrow. Tornado Shot has higher single target than Lightning Arrow. Thank God I don't have to make that freaking argument. That everybody already understands that. I'm surprised I don't have to make that argument, but okay. Tornado Shot has higher single target than Lightning Arrow. Case closed on that. Here's another thing though. Tornado Shot has higher coverage than Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow is one of the best skills in the game for clear and coverage. Tornado Shot still has higher coverage. Now there's a difference between coverage and clear. Coverage means whenever you commit an action, which is in my case right click and arrows go out, one action, what is the likelihood that anything and everything on the screen as well as multiple screens away is getting hit by that thing? That defines coverage. Clear is defined by how easily in that same instance is everything being cleared up, like dead, gone. So important distinction between coverage and clear. Tornado Shot has higher coverage because it's covering more of an area. Lightning Arrow does have high coverage with the 5 additional nearby enemies hit, and even on Nimbus Ring, but it doesn't have like, it would need like 100 projectiles to actually compete with Tornado Shot's coverage, because Tornado Shot actually has hundreds of projectiles that go out. So then the question becomes, is Tornado Shot hitting hard enough to actually clear as well as Lightning Arrow does, which clears better when the hits are successful? The answer to that question is, how strong is your build? That's basically the answer. How strong is the build versus how hard is the content you're doing? So basically, single target, case closed, Tornado Shot's better. As far as clear, Tornado Shot can be better if you are dealing with content that you're just dominating the content, basically. If you are absolutely dominating the content, it is better, because you only need 1 or 2 hits to go off to clear enemies. If you're in that nebulous in-between zone where you're doing content that's pretty hard, your build's not like multi-mirror tier yet, then there's an argument to be made that Lightning Arrow has better clear. But it only exists in that in-between area. It's like the curve, right? Like at the bottom of the curve to the far end of the curve kind of thing. And if you're in that in-between area, then it's definitely Lightning Arrow could be better. Which, once again, actually becomes a conversation about Lightning Arrow, or becomes a conversation about Deadeye versus Warden, because if you're only talking about Deadeye Tornado Shot, even if you have ultra, like 20 mirrors worth of investment in Tornado Shot on a Deadeye, you're probably still not going to necessarily reach. If you're doing really difficult content, you're like if you're trying to do 100% delirious breaches on a 20 mirror budget Deadeye in League, you're probably still not going to clear as well as you would on a 20 mirror budget Lightning Arrow Deadeye, because it's just not going to have enough power compared with content that difficult. If you want to, you could say, okay, let's not talk 20 mirrors versus 100% deli, let's talk 1 mirror versus 80% deli, or let's talk 300 divines versus 60% deli, or let's talk 50 divines versus 20% deli. Okay, you can scale it down wherever you want, but there's a place where the investment meets the difficulty, and in order for Tornado Shot to come out on top, you have to be doing fuck you damage, which means you have to be running a Warden. So again, it's all about Warden versus Deadeye. I'm already at a place where I'm able to clear faster than I could probably clear if I was running Lightning. So if I were to just revamp my build and run it as Lightning Arrow again, and I already kind of know this because I was running Ice Shot of Penetration, right? And for sure, when I was on like a 10 divine, 20 divine budget, I knew through my testing that Ice Shot of Penetration was better clear, safer, traveling to the fortress boss, even in no deli. It had better clear, actual clear, it had less coverage. It was only 1 arrow was split, but it had better clear at getting me from point A to point B more safely because of how that skill gem functioned. Because Ice Shot of Penetration is outrageously high reach in AoE, like more than Lightning Arrow even. Again, only 1 arrow, but splits. However, that's what I was testing, because I was like, how early can you switch to Tornado Shot with tinctures? And much to my surprise, you can swap much earlier than you would think because of how much insane power the tinctures give. And I tested various thresholds, like with Dying Sun, without Dying Sun, with that Vile Arrow Quiver, the Katarina Quiver without, with Headhunter without. And I was able to determine that I actually needed really about 5 projectiles for it to start being part of considerable in the conversation of, Tornado Shot versus everything else. Basic versus everything else. So the Tornado Shot versus Elemental of the Spectrum, or Lightning Arrow, or Ice Shot, or any of them, they all function the same, basically. More or less. They function the same. They're all like scaled with like Nimbus Ring and returning projectiles, and they have an AoE component baked into a hit base skill gem. They're all the same, more or less. Yeah, so that again only applied to easy content, 0 delirium, bossing, but as far as clear, I was like, okay, 20 divine-ish budget, tornado shot can mop up legions better than even lightning arrow can, or at least on par if I'm running Warden with tinctures. That was the threshold I had to meet. Now, if you start adding delirium and some other difficult content, then that threshold gets bumped up pretty quickly, which is what I meant with like the 20%, 40, 60, 80, 100% deli, wherever that number is. Yeah, so you don't need to worry about single target. Like, you can already rest easy knowing that your single target crushes every other bow skill gem in the game. You just need to ask yourself, is my clear better or is it worse for the content I want to be doing? And there's no obvious answer to that because it's going to be different depending on exactly where your gear is, exactly the way you set up the build, and exactly what kind of content you're trying to do. I'm currently sitting around 500 to maybe 1,000 divine budget, and I can tell, based on all my experience with Deadeye, Warden, bows, tornado shot, lightning arrow, element of the spectrum, I can tell that up to 60% delirium with 0 headhunter buffs, tornado shot wins against all the other skill gems. It appears to be somewhat of a tie, around 80% deli, and then if I was at 100% deli, I would be better off not being tornado shot right now on my current budget, my current strength of the build. Like 100% is too much, and well, I mean, it would honestly be kind of maybe a little bit too much for. It'd be kind of rough on, you know, again, 100% deli, 0 headhunter buffs would be a bit rough for this character on any skill gem, really. Ironically, not like 0% or 100% deli against like uniques or whatever, but I'm talking not, you know, bloodlines farming 96% reduced damage taken, you got 0 headhunter buffs, what's your best skill gem? That's kind of like, well, probably not tornado shot because it's just not going to hit hard enough. But yeah, so anyway, 500 to 1,000 divine budget. I feel like there's virtually 0 strats that I'm locked out of on this character. That's excluding like pure bossing, invulnerable phases. I am locked out of like invulnerable phases bossing because that stuff's super annoying. And this character is, you know, glass cannon, so you don't want to be doing content where the enemies can hit you, but you can't hit the enemies. I'm locked out of that content. But aside from that specific niche, there's not really anything I'm locked out of, except 100% deli. That's it. And not even that, just 100% deli magic monster farming, which is ironically potentially the best farm of the league right this second, because that's what people are talking about, or especially that. So like, I'm talking about, you know, 100% delirious, resonant, you know, 8 to 10 breaches, resonant breaches, meaning extra difficulty and everything, mass spawning, you know, infinite beyond magic packs, infinite breach magic packs, and they're taking 96% less damage. Yeah, that is a weakness of my current build, I will admit. But, you know, I have to go pretty extreme on the criteria to actually arrive at that conclusion. What build can even do 100% deli breach farm? Oh, there's a lot of builds that can do it, but they're not doing it like at the speed of a bow build. That's the point. I mean, I guess I should probably clarify that when I'm talking about all this stuff about bow build viability, I'm kind of baking into the equation that, oh, you're running a bow build, you want to be fast. Part of the success of the bow, you know, talking about build viability on bows is that you need to be clearing content relatively quickly. Of course, there are other builds and archetypes that can just sort of like hands off the keyboard and, you know, any content in the game, and they're going to be much slower, but they'll be able to do the content, whatever it is. I'll give you an example of a strategy that this build is really quite awful at compared to a lot of other builds at a much lower budget. Blight Ravaged maps. Okay, this build sucks on Blight Ravaged maps. And you might think to yourself, well, like, you don't even need a build to do Blight Ravaged maps. Well, that's kind of true, but like, if a single one of those monsters sneezes on my character in a Blight Ravaged map, it's dead. You know, so while I can have like all the pumps do the work in that content, like it's just not a suitable, like it's the wrong kind of build to try and do that content. It's just the wrong type of build. You almost couldn't pick a different, you almost couldn't pick a worse build for that kind of content. So you will never see me doing Blight Ravaged maps on one of these characters because I just know it's stupid. It's a stupid idea. Even if that's like the meta somehow, it would just not be a good build to take into that content. That's why everyone runs like AFK minion builds on Blight Ravage map, and it's incredibly good for that. Too long with my tinctures on there. It's an AoE map. Why it's dangerous. Well, that's why a lot of people like the, of course, that's why a lot of people like the Aura Bot Bow duo setup. They synergize exceptionally well. The weakness of Bow is that, you know, it's a combination of too squishy and maybe doesn't have quite enough damage to do the content super efficiently. And that's where the Aura Bot comes in and covers both of those weaknesses.
Make your wish. Your heart's desire.
By the way, like the biggest, I was talking about like 100% deli or whatever. The biggest deterrent against me doing that strat is not how difficult it is, it's how lag inducing it is. So that's another part of the conversation about, you know, tornado shot is, and it might depend on your system or your internet connection or whatever. It is more lag inducing than any of the other Bojin. Especially if you use like, I know that like Awakened Fork is notoriously bad for lag. Even like a Echoing Shrine makes this lag really bad. You can almost see it in real time, how much more I'm lagging. Just because I picked up an Echoing Shrine. And so there are some unfortunate side effects of that. I don't feel like it's necessarily fair to like count that as a major variable in the conversation, but at least it deserves like a sideline mention.
You've had a sail, exile.
That's why I'm thinking probably, especially if the whole magic pack high deli is a meta, I may very well go for the explode bow in that case, because explode on tornado shot can help disintegrate a lot of the lag. And any of those of you who are like playing, you know, maybe you're playing Ice Shot or whatever, and you're like, you're doing the Weeping Wounds and the tinctures and trying to do the high-end tincture stuff. Obviously, you can make the tinctures very safe to use, don't deplete life, and I showed you guys how you can do that as an alternate setup. But even like this power play where I'm using all of my ascendancy points for power, notice that I can have my tinctures on for a very long time before it's got to turn off with tornado shot. Not true with Ice Shot, and also it's only true on like, so like for example, Delirium dramatically increases my tincture uptime. Beyond dramatically increases tincture uptime. Tornado Shot dramatically increases tincture uptime because the leech rate, the rate of leeching is just insane when you combine those three things, which is what you see here. Like, I could never go up to 100 stacks of Weeping Wounds on Ice Shot in a boss rush strategy. You could never do it because I'm just not actually going to hit things often enough. The drain will kill me before then. And when the Elder influence spawns in here, it's even spicier. You can see I have 100 stacks right now, and you can see how fast the drain is, but like, if I have enemies in front of me, behind me, or to the side of me, or anywhere within like 2 screens away, it doesn't really matter. I've seen it go all the way up to 200 stacks before when I was doing some of the breach farming. But yeah, like, this sort of tincture play is not going to be for everybody. The cool thing is even when the tinctures are down, it's kind of funny. So whenever my tinctures are down, I just imagine myself playing as a Deadeye. I'm like, oh, this is the strength of Deadeye that I have right now. And when they're up, this is the Warden. So when tinctures are on, it's Warden. When tinctures are off, I'm a Deadeye, basically. Like, you think I'm joking? Like, that? No, it really is about. It's pretty accurate, actually, in terms of the power difference. Because if you plug my build in and you turn the tinctures off, then I have about 20% of the damage that I would normally have. Maybe 25%. Okay, 25% is probably a little more accurate. All right. Maybe I'm stretching a little bit. 20%, 25, 30%, somewhere in there. It's not far off.
Approach.
I'm not testing strong boxes. I'm not. I thought about playing strong box, but I'm not really that interested in strong box farming, especially for scarabs. I think I'm just gonna pass. I'll get my fill in that when I run Pilfer Divination Card farming and go into the Mirage and they convert into operative strong boxes anyway. I figure with that I'll have enough, more than enough filling in that whole thing.
Approach, challenger.
Wait, was I still running these without an influence? What the hell? Oh my god, guys. I just ran like 4 maps with no influence. Alright, I scammed myself on this session. Oh well. Let's still see what the results are. It was like 4 or 5 or 6 maps. Ah! Can't believe I noticed that earlier, and then I got locked, stun locked by the conversation about tornado shot, lightning arrow. I'm a little curious. There seemed to be no pushback on that conversation about lightning arrow versus Deadeye that I gave. Thought I might get a little bit of pushback on that. Especially from the original poster who said lightning arrow better than tornado shot.
Make your wish. Let us face the minions of Zara.
Oh, let's see some of them blueprints. There are no resurgent scarabs on the market? What? No way.
Zara would not like you.
One map left.
What have you got?
Uh-oh. Word got out. Word got out. It's a good scarab. I mean, nobody has it on their loot filter for sure. I'm gonna have to go put it on my loot filter. I think it's gonna be at least... I don't think it's about to go to like some skyrocket, some crazy price or anything, but... Like yesterday you could have bought them for like 5 to 1. Like 5 scarabs, 1 chaos. I don't think that's a realistically a price they're gonna stay at. So they will probably normalize somewhere around 1 chaos apiece. I don't see them. I wouldn't imagine they'd be much higher than that. They're not going to be a part of like, you know, major Giga Juice farming strats.
what you wish. Heart desire.
Love the Beyond boss. Stolen power. It actually feels like super worth taking for a strat like this. One and a half bars away. Hands. Double grand. What? I'm gonna be swimming in grand eldritch embers. Volatile Valor off random Beyond mob. Not even a boss. I get another one off the boss. Oh, hey, hey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good way to finish. Not exactly the same thing as dropping an apothecary, but no, not using that gem. Not that beneficial in strats like this.
For you.
I could make it kind of good if I regexed in elemental reverse, but then that would actually tighten the regex up even more, so I don't think it's worth it. Okay, 1 hour and 20 minutes is what that took, not counting a little break with the explanation. 1 hour and 20 minutes for 20 maps, which would be 880 times 5 times 60. Okay, that would be about 6.5 hours for 100 maps if I did that. 8 times 3, 4 hours. So I'm gonna register this as like a 4-hour farm, even though it took longer to do it because I was in Defile Cathedral, but I timed how long it took to do the last 20 maps in Mausoleum, so we're just gonna pretend for the sake of this argument. I also didn't have the influence on like 4 or 5 maps, but anyway, we'll get something of an idea about how much currency this made. Gonna have to pull the high level enchants. Experimental items is 1 divine each. Currency of scarabs is 100 and oh wow, half a divine each. Wow, okay. All right, so this is gonna be bonus because the app won't detect this. It doesn't detect enchants on here, but it will detect like fully revealed or not. So let me see here. None of these are fully revealed. So that is 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. That's 5 additional divines added. The other thing would be like unique maps and stuff, but I'm not gonna bother with that for this or this here. 1 div is getting insta sold. 4 winged experimental. Oh yeah, I know that. No, I'm talking about 1 wing experimental. There's 1 div. Or it shows up as 1 div at least. Alright. Be kind of quick impromptu. Let's hit it. Investment per map was about 15C. 4 divines. I don't feel like I got very lucky at all on this farm. I mean, not a single valuable divination card except 7 years bad luck. one of them. I guess Divine Beauty is next best thing. Fully reveals are showing up here. Again, no enchants. So we'll take 53 plus 5 minus 4. Divided by 6, basically. Or not 6, sorry. 54. 4. Okay, that was actually a lot worse than I thought. 13.5 divines per hour. I could probably go a little faster than that, but not a lot. Okay, I guess I was wrong. I thought this actually was gonna be a contender for real strat, but I guess it's not. I guess spending time in the Mirage is just too effing time consuming. Could get an eye level 84 cluster from this farm too. I probably won't do like a formal session on this, but I'll do like, I'll just update maybe about the tech for like beyond bosses spawning. How it's good for leveling. I can't find anything better than Nightmare boss rushing. I can't compete with Nightmare boss rush. What the hell? Maybe, I don't know, Essence. I feel like Essence might compete, but and ironically not a boss rushing Essence strat, like a real full-blown Essence strat. But they're a little sketchy for this character. I definitely have the damage to kill him, but you know, I can open up an Essence and immediately die. Still happens sometimes, not usually, but yeah. Well, I don't know, 13.5 div per hour. Approximately what I made. Oh, you sniped those to 1 div? 4 possible wings, we unveiled them ourselves. Oh, okay. What level? Switch to Warden, please. Sometime between the 3rd and 4th Ascendancy Lab. It's up to you. I think either one is fine. If you're impartial to Deadeye, you can hang it out longer, and especially if you're using twink gear, the Deadeye can perform fine. White, yellow, red maps. 41 div per hour, but House of Mirrors killed the start. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the question is, if you take House of Mirrors out, is it negative div per hour? In a 100 map set. Anytime I did Pilfering Divination, and I didn't get like any, like I basically got nothing out of it, it was always like 0 to 10 divines an hour or something. Like if I just got absolute shit on RNG wise, it was still positive, but it was like barely positive. Granted, you know, a 20 map session or something could be negative, but yeah, I mean, eventually you're gonna drop enough like Divine Beauties and Fortunate cards and stuff like it. It's gonna go positive. Now it's different though. Why not run Rarity since you're running T16s only? The strat I'm doing now isn't very good for T16 because it's extremely high on the tile set loot. Although I mean, Rarity's not going to affect Volatile Val Orbs. I guess Area Quant would matter for Volatile Val Orbs and refracting fogs and things. I don't know. When you kill the 4 Doctor cards and 4 House of Mirrors, you only have 2 div an hour. Okay, yeah. That's good intel. I don't know, I'm curious because there's like a lot of divination cards that are super common and super valuable now. A perfect example is the Void card. The Void card's going for like 10 chaos apiece. It used to be like 1 chaos apiece. And that's if you could find a seller. Now it's like 10x that, like, or at least I've never seen it that. It wasn't dropping at all. Like, probably wasn't even on the filter then. I don't know why you wouldn't see the void card. Well, that's weird. Huh. Uh-oh, there's a copy of my Brutal Restraint on the trade for 12 div. Somebody better snipe it. 12 div. Exact same one. Wait, what? I'm leaving voids on the ground? Yeah. Yeah, man. That's your bad. Right. Guys, that's basically going to conclude the stream today. Been a nice session. You know, a little bit of talk. I'm glad somebody brought up the lightning arrows tornado shot thing. It's been something that I've thought about in the back of my head quite a bit recently. It wasn't really something I was to make a video on, but figured that was insightful for a lot of you. We finally had a farming session that turned out worse, like significantly worse than I expected. It seems like everything I've been testing has been like better than expected. If I'm doing it on stream at least. Like I test things in the background that don't turn out as well, but like I went into this with, you know, moderate amount of confidence that it was going to be good, and it just wasn't as good as I thought. I didn't drop nearly as many of those Val Orbs, Volatile Val. Like, if you told me you're going to do 60 maps and you're only going to drop 9 Volatile Val Orbs, I would have been like, get the hell out of here. I'm going to drop at least 30, like one every other map. So that's kind of threw me off a bit. Similar with the... Well, not similar with the Fogs, because I'm not forcing the Delirium bosses. I have another strat that might push 40 div an hour, potentially. That's basically, it's essentially, if you want to think of boss rushing, 1.0 is the initial strat I did with Ice Shot. And then Delirium rewards version was 2.0. 3.0 will be Delirium plus Beyond. And doing the Mirage every time. Although I don't know if doing the Mirage every time is worth it. On Abomination this time instead of Fortress. And it's also a pseudo 84 cluster hunting farm, because the Abomination boss counts as 4 unique kills, and that goes a little ways when in terms of paranoid fixation. 2% chance to drop an additional cluster jewel from unique enemies. And so when you have as many Beyond bosses spawning as what you saw in these maps, and you combine forcing Delirium bosses onto every map, you have up to 4 Delirium bosses, up to 5 or more Beyond bosses, and then 4 unique enemies in the boss room. You know, your average unique monster kill rate is like 10 per map or something. So, you know, you're going to see some high level 84 cluster jewels dropping. It's not going to be a really high number, but it doesn't have to be that high of a number when, over the long period of time, you know, when you look at the value of I-level 84 clusters right now, we can... Right, that it has gone down a little bit, but I mean, at the top, we got 3 passive mana reservation, 8 div, minion, 12 passive, 6 div, 12 passive bow, 3 div, 12 passive spell over a divine, 11 passive minion over a divine, 8 passive minion, almost a divine. Then finally starts to drop off. You still got a bunch that are worth several chaos. And even like rewards at the end, I mean, there's still a lot. There's a lot of value here. Like, you still get random Delirium Orbs at the end. There's a ton of Delirium Orbs that are worth like 10 Chaos above. And you see a lot of those. So, that strategy has a real amount of Delirium rewards. Like 8, 9, or 10. Each time. And you also get like 6 or 7 in the Mirage. Yeah. I wish there was a real convenient way to farm these, but you know, I guess Simulacrum is technically the most. Will I try pilfering? Yeah. I'm still not like. I'm not. I want to do pilfering before the league, but it's not what's like at the top of my mind right now. It's just not. But yeah, first thing I need to do is level to 100. That's the very first thing I gotta do. So I'm gonna have to keep doing a lot of the same strat I'm doing. Probably tonight. I think I'll be on tomorrow at some point. Yep. So, we'll call it there. Give a raid to somebody. Turns out shrine juicing is not the best strat in the game. We giving it to the Milky BK today. Ready to Milky BK. In case you don't know who he is, I'll just say he's hot shit. That's what he is. Alright, we'll see you guys next time tomorrow, I think. Around similar time that I logged in today. I don't know exactly what strat I'll show. It might show that strat that I was talking about. Or I might still be leveling to 100. I don't know. We'll find out. The build will progress. Currency will be liquidated. And just keep going up from here. If you want to see a Tornado Shot Warden doing some of the craziest juiced breach content, you can see that in this VOD. Somewhere, I think, around the 1 to 2 hour mark. I did a couple maps where I did like almost absolute max juice. A 2-Wisp Scarab variant and a 0-Wisp Scarab variant, Risk Scarab and stuff. So check that out if you want to see. You can find it in the VOD somewhere. Alright, we'll see you next time.